King Ghosty, I was here first.
Boy.
Boo.
Welcome back.
Shroudbot was not first, try again next time.
I've got some jobs ready for you. Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you. I've got some jobs ready for you. Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Hearken, all of you, to the tolling of funeral bells. Heed the wailing of the mournful dead.
Hello, friendos. Hello, gamers. How are we doing? Welcome on in. Happy Wednesday. I think we got sound alerts worked out. I think everything is working. I think we're good. There was an issue with like OBS and my system audio and my sound mixer and everything, but I think everything is working. I think we're good. So I'm so happy. I'm so happy, guys. Let's go. Let's go. I'm so grateful you guys were so patient with me yesterday. So big thanks for that. Big thanks for that. And huge thanks again to Mario and Nepo for also playing with me and being patient during all of that as well. So you guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. You know, I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you. You know, I just hope you guys know that. Positive. Welcome in. How are you? How are you? Here early. See you here. Ghosty, congrats on that first, though. Ghosty stole it from you. Ghosty stole it from you.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Ghosty has been first 115 times. 115 heckin' times. That is crazy. That is crazy. Scully, congrats on the 69. You have a collection of 12 kinky coins, Scully. 12 kinky coins. Positive, enjoy your chai tea Molroy from the cafe. Short, enjoy. You're not first. Congrats. Welcome in, though. It's good to see you. Guys, go follow Short if you have not. We love Short. We love him. I'm doing well, Scully. I'm doing well. It was a very busy day today. But, you know, we're halfway through the week. And luckily, I don't work Friday. So we only have to worry about work tomorrow, which is nice. It's nice. I got to take Vodka to the vet on Friday. So she's got to go get her checkup on Friday. But it'll be good. Scully, enjoy your Glory Hill milkshake. Jojo, enjoy that Java Gen. Zach, welcome in. Enjoy your Rajukato toast. How are you today? Vampy Emmy, enjoy your Mare Matcha. How you doing, Positive? How you doing, Vampy? Lady Flo, enjoy that Onryo spice tea. How are you? Hi, Jade. Welcome in. Thank you for the lurk, lady. I appreciate you. Yo, what up, Hellblazer? What up, Hellblazer? How you doing? Scully, streaking with a 30 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes as Nikki Scully in the chat. Free da boobas. Freedom. Free them. Oh my goodness. How you doing? How you doing? My fellow oh my god. Microwavers. Now is the time to usurp the kettles. Stale the donuts. Water down the caramel. Ew. Grease the tea. What? I think Vicious lives on their own planet. And I don't think it's one that I ever want to visit. How you doing, KP? Welcome in. Welcome in. Jojo was pretending to be the ghost. Jojo, we had a shade in here. Excuse? How you doing, KP? iPod, enjoy your sanity. How are you? Short, enjoy your Banshee Espresso. Short boat. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We're investing. We're investing in the short boat. Doing good today. I'm glad, Zach. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad. Good luck, Vodka. We got blood results back from ours. All is good. Good. Just Chonker needs to lose a few pounds. You know what? Can relate. It's fine. We'll work on it together. We'll work on it together.
Nightmare.
Taking a nap. My brain got a notification. Watching you now. Your brain got a notification for me. It was like, I think it's time. It's time for Shana. You better wake up. You better wake up. Half human, but I'm here. How goes? It goes. It goes. Sylvan, are you sleepy? Is that why you have human today? Doctor, look at my MRI results today. Says my spine is fooked. Oh no. What's going on with your spine, iPod? Compressing my nerves, and I'll need... Ooh, iPod. My mom has had like neck and spine surgery several times, so I know what that looks like and what the recovery looks like. You've got people to like help you and take care of you, right? Hi, fellow half human. I am not human at all, so how about them apples? Freedom, hi. How are you, Freedom? I love your face. Guys, go check out Freedom if you haven't. I think that people that microwave tea need a hug because clearly things are not going well at home. I don't think a hug is going to help them.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
I don't think a hug is going to help. You got to pay me for that? Hellblazer, I can't pay nobody nothing. I can give you hugs and high fives. That's all I got. That's all I got. That's all I got. That's about it. That's as far as I can go. On an SSRI I started today, I feel like my body's revolting. Ooh. Yeah, it can take a little bit to adjust to those. It can take a little bit, so yeah. And Sullivan is also streaking with an 85 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Sullivan in this chat. A naked Sullivan. We shall see. iPod, please keep us posted. You know we care about you, so. Moon, hello, Cody. How are you? It's good to see you today. Good today. Good today? Good. You know what I was trying to say. Hi, Moon. Witcher, welcome in. Enjoy Red-Eyed Demon. How are you? You can pay me with a smile. Hellblazer, what did I do to get you to be so nice to me today? Why? What did you do? Are you in trouble? Hellblazer? Are you in trouble? Did you do something? Are you... Are you okay? Just join the dark side and reheat your tea in Chef Mike. Is that what you call your microwave? You can reheat it in your microwave, sure. That's fine. It might help if it's tight enough.
Flex gifted a tier 1 subscription to Hellblazer.
Fair.
Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Moon, thank you for the gifted to Hellblazer. Moon, you should have one of the DBD sub badges now. Whenever you... I think that's still today. I believe that's still today. Whenever you gift a sub...
Stop calling it that. Demon! Stop talking.
I think it's one sub... Correct me if I'm wrong. 1 sub for the DBD sub badge. 2 subs for the Jason badge. And then 5 for my Pride badge. How do I get it, though? Okay. Let me show you. Hold on. I gotta go into somebody else's chat so I can show you where you change it. Hold on. I gotta pull it up where you can see it. I stream, but I'm stupid. No, you're not. No, you're not. Okay. You want to F around and find out what number 7? 10, 9, 8, 7.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
You got the Wheel of Fortune. It's either red or green. You either gained or lost 25% sanity. Either way, you are safe. I know this looks really low quality. It's because I have to turn people's quality down while I'm live, usually, unless I'm like specifically trying to watch for something. Also, Honest, welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much, Witcher. You're so sweet. As a person who microwaves tea, can confirm this is accurate. I love you, Scully. I love you. MRI report does show severe stenosis of and compression of the nerve ending from L4, L5 region with other disc extrusions and mild stenosis in other areas from L3 to down to S1. Oh. Well, iPod, please keep us posted. So if you want to change your badge, right? So this is where you would normally type down here. Typey, right? This is Cass, by the way. If you're not following Cass, go follow Cass. This is Mama Cass. We love her. Go follow her. So if you're on desktop, you hit the little where it says chat identity. You're not going to have a sword here. It'll have whatever your badge icon currently is. And it'll pop this up. So you'll have a list of global badges. Don't change this unless you want it to change for every channel that you go to, right? But your DBD badge will show here. So you can see, like, I have my partner badge here, but I also have this one, which is from Little Nightmares. I have my 2 DBD badges right here. I have this one, which was from donating during a charity thing. I have old TwitchCon badges. So I can change any of these. And then when I type globally, it'll change it. So any stream I'm in, that's the badge that will show. And then if I had like a specific badge just for this channel, which like, where's the channel that I have like a specific badge for? I'm trying to think, because like I know do I have one for, I don't think I have one for Cowboy. I don't know if anybody's
Dakota
live
Triller
that I have a
2000 just
badge for,
resubscribed
right?
for 3 months at Dear One.
Dakota, thank you for the 3 months. I heckin' adore you. I hope you know that.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I don't know that anybody's live right now that I have a specific badge for, unfortunately. I hate that, like, all the people that I favorite here keep getting unfavorited. It keeps messing with it. My, like, favorites list keeps getting messed up every time it updates. I don't know. I'm gonna have to fix this. I'm gonna have to fix this later. Now's not the time. Now is not the time. Anywho. Read chat. Your camera blocks it. Down here? Oh. Hold on. Ah! Don't do that. My bad. Okay. My bad. Sorry, Hellblazer. Okay. Maybe you can see it now. So here, click the button, and you can see all my global badges. So these are the badges that'll show up whenever you're in any chat. So this is where you would see your DBD badge. If I had specific badges just for this channel, like for this one, I have the moderator badge and the sub badge. If I had more, it would show up here. But I don't have any other specific badges for Cass's channel because she hasn't done any special badges for us to get. She hasn't done any custom badges, so. But yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works. If you're on mobile, it's very similar. It's very similar. Sorry, Hellblazer. I wasn't intentionally ignoring chat. I swear. Have you tried doing sunbrewed tea yet? No, I haven't brewed any tea. I haven't brewed any tea recently. I've got my Arizona tea that I'm going through right now. It's already made. I've been spoiled recently because I bought like a pack of it because it was on sale. You know? I don't blame you, Leigh. I don't blame you. It's not too late to change your ways. Oh my gosh. Hillary streaking with a 20 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. A Nikki Hillary in the chat. A Nikki Hillary. Let's go. Let's go. I microwave tea because I don't have a kettle. Boil your water. Boil your water. Please. Would you do exist? Can't a man just be nice? Sus. Do I have to send Pete Fix to Moon now? To Moonshine? For the sub? I mean, if Moon wants them, that's up to Moon. When you want Hellblazer's feet pics? Do you want them? Twyla, enjoy your pool tea from the cafe. I love you guys. Please make sure to follow Twyla and show her that's I love. She's taking a little break this week from streaming, but she will be back. And you guys better be there because we love her. It works. Yay, yay. Yeah, look at that badge. Look at that Jason badge. Very cute. Very cute. Today was rough at my one job. What happened? Just busy? Task failed successfully? Listen, I tried. It's fine, I know how to do it, but for others, no, that's fair, Hellblazer. That's fair. I'm less dumb today. Oh my god, Moon, please. Please, nay. Oh, Moon doesn't want feet pics. Moon just give you a sub to give you a sub. See, there you go. Want me to come make you some tea? Sylvan. Oh my goodness, you guys are cute. Feeling blush? I'm sorry, positive. Yes, I'm glad my alerts and sounds are fixed. I'm glad that, you know, we don't have a super long week ahead. You know, I need to try and take some more time off work. I think I'm just work is it's too much. It's too much, you know. Check out Echelon energy drinks. They're super good. Echelon? I've never heard of them. Where can you get those? Can chat play with you tonight? I'm going to be doing killer tonight, so probably not. But we will be doing more DBD later this week. And you guys can probably join in for that. So, but tonight we're going to be doing killer because I want to focus on Jason tonight. So, tomorrow we're going to be playing Phasmo. But Friday we're going to do a split between Phasmo and DBD. Brad will be joining us. I'm very excited. And you guys can probably join in for that, so. Why do you pronounce microwave wrong? I don't pronounce microwave wrong. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'll stick with microwaving it. It's easier on me. But the taste, it's so much better. So much better, I promise. I promise. Your loss, please. There's no such thing as pretty feet. There's no such thing. Dakota, enjoy your sanity. I make good tea, okay? I have many tea types. Sylvan, you wanna make tea for me too, please? I'll take it. Deadly, how are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. It's good to see you. It's just boiled leaves. Listen, there's a wrong way and a right way to boil the leaves, though. Like, you can mess it up. Busy and hectic with orders. It was steady today, and we were down one freezer for the kitchen, so we had to figure out everything today. Ooh. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough, Dakota. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Angel Bear coming through with a 7-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Angel Bear in the chat. Temperature does matter. Temperature really, especially depending on the type of tea leaf you have. Different tea leaves are better at different temperatures. So it's true. Drinkechelon.com is the only place. There's all types. My favorite one is Reaper Mango. It's spicy. It's like a spicy energy drink. Hold on. I don't know that this is going to be my kind of energy drink, but I need to at least see this. Hold on. Hold on. Due to demand, expect an additional... Wait. Oh, wait. What am I? Train your heart to failure. 10% off your first one. Wait, this is funny. Hold on. I got to share. You guys got to look at this with me.
Oh.
Energy plus hydration. Interesting. Double tap tea lemonade, atomic cola, cherry limeade. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I like the way they have the website with like the spinny cans. This is some good website. This is some good website. I like it. Lilith, enjoy your morning mocha. Welcome in. That's how I'm doing, and I forgot to answer. No, you're totally fine, Lilith. Here's to hoping you see to see you as my killer. Oh my god, that's a lot of pressure. Better be doing better if the hot weather wasn't making my bones ache, my muscles feel stiff. I'm so sorry, honest. I freaking feel that. I hate the hot weather. So you are not alone. Please don't commit any felonies while drinking Echelon. If you do, hide the evidence. That's funny. Guess why her too thick and she pronounces it wrong? What? I read Blazer. It's microwave. Microwave. What am I am not mispronouncing it. It is literally microwave. What? I feel like I'm being rage baited right now by you guys. Everyone gaslight her. I hate No, you guys literally are trying to gaslight and autocorrect me. Not autocorrect me. Gaslight and rage bait me. It is microwave. What's the drink for the day? Well, I currently have, and it's almost gone, the Ghost Original. And I also have an Arizona green tea. I'm going to need to hear you say it now because how Shana says it sounds normally to me. Thank you, Jojo. Blue, enjoy your Oreo spiced tea. How are you? Blue is also streaking with a 7-stream streak.
Nightmare.
You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Blue in the chat.
Nightmare.
Chris, enjoy your Oreo spiced tea. Oh my god. You guys are crazy. Only if the tea party isn't in Boston that I'm in. Listen, Boston's so fun though. I actually really like Boston.
Oh god, what the fuck?
True, welcome in. How are you? They have others. Yeah, see, I wouldn't buy from this company then. Nope. I can't. Nope. Moon. That just, nope. That signed me out. They make the goth girl spit energy drink. I'm out. Sign me out. Nope. I was in until then. I was in until then. Nope. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Not me excited to play DBD with new friends. Not at all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Positive. Listen. Listen. We'll play. We'll play more. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. You've seen the Brandon stores in your city? Really, honest? I haven't seen it. I've seen it online. Especially the, like, goth girl spit. It shows up on my feed a lot. Ooh, there's a good Pokemon in chat, guys. Get it. Get it. Lilith streaking through the chat with a 15 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. And naked Lilith in the stream. A naked Lilith in the chat. I don't know who the fat electrician is, though. Orange cream sounds really good. Hell yeah. I need prayers right now because I'm losing. Angel Bear, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sending you lots of extra love, Angel Bear. If you guys could you please give Angel Bear some hugs in the chat, please? I'm so sorry, Angel Bear. That's so rough, and I'm so sorry. We're sending you lots of love. Lots of love. I'm so sorry. You've got a whole shelf of good teas, Shrut. Coming over. Amber is streaking through the chat with a 5-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Amber in the chat, and she's hot. Pass it on. And she's hot. Pass it on. Okay, Scully, hold on. Hold on. Wait, what is...
Solid mash at this stage, but I still need a bit of milk, full fat, which I've warmed in the microwave.
Bitch, what?
Quite a solid mash at this stage, but I still need a bit of milk, full fat, which I've warmed in the microwave.
That I've warmed in the microwave. That's cursed. No. On no planet. On no planet. On no planet, Scully. On no planet, Scully. Welcome in, Raiders. On no planet. On no planet. I love you, cowboy. On every planet, I love you. On every planet, I love you. As long as you say microwave. Microwave, cowboy.
Looks like there are others
Tell
out
me
there
you
in
pronounce
the-
microwave.
Cowboy
Microwave.
just rated with 7
Not
views.
microwave. Mm-mm. New please, guys, please go follow Cowboy if you have not. Cowboy is amazing. He is not only an awesome friend, but he is an incredible DBD player. He is a great streamer, and he is also on a comp team with me, and I adore him. Microwave, Cowboy. Microwave is how Scully is trying to convince me to say microwave. No. Everyone autocorrect you. Please. Amber is naked and hot. Pass it on. Yes, Amber is naked and hot. Pass that ish on. That needs passed on. I pronounce it as microwave too, and I really don't care if people consider it wrong. It's how I've heard it pronounced. That way my entire... Thank you, Honest. Why you booping my nose, True? Please. Shana saying Boston is so fun is translation to Boston is for retired people and everything close. Not when I was in Boston. What part of Boston were you in, True? What did I tune in for? Goth girl. Yeah, don't ask. Don't ask, Songa. Don't ask. Yeah, it was also a big like AI controversy, Moon. So you know, and also like there's a lot of people who are really, really angry about it that are from like that subculture, and I just don't want to, I don't want to be involved in it. So tired from the 12-hour shifts. Now I got my days off of sleep. Oh my God. Listen, you need those days off because your schedule's nutso, Bloom. It's nutso. Absolutely nutso. He does history videos on YouTube. I love that. That's really cool. I'd probably really love those videos. I need to look him up. What was his name again? That particular drink just makes the flavor of white monsters. What was funny, Twitter just went full bore. Yeah, it was all over Instagram and stuff too. Sending lots of love your way, Angel Bear. Thank you, Honest. That's very sweet of you. I'm sorry about your brother. Though. Leigh, welcome in with the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream today, Cowboy? And when's your next one? The Real Blue Hair Fung. I love your name. Welcome in. Vixen, welcome in. Oh my God. Can you guess my main? It's a hard one. I'm going to guess the Real Blue Hair Fung. That you main Meg. You're definitely a Meg main. Guaranteed. Who the F says that? Scully. And Hellblazer. Scully and Hellblazer. Scully, no, I retract my tea. Never be sorry, Shana. We'll have fun nonetheless. I appreciate you, Positive. Microwave. Hi, Willie. How are you today? It's being nice about Boston. I heard worse stuff about Boston. Oh, I loved Boston when I went there. I had so much fun. Still funny, though. Yeah. It is funny. The idea of it is funny. Rad, hello. Hi, cutie patootie. Guys, please go follow my lovely friend Rad as well. If you have not given them a follow, go do it. Rad is also an incredible streamer. You will absolutely adore Rad. Go show them lots of love. Rad, how are you? New Jason main? I don't know about main, but I want to learn how to play Jason and become more familiar with him. I think that it'll help me a lot, especially in playing against him and learning like how to dodge him better and loop him better. But I don't think he's going to be my main killer. I still think I'm going to lean, I don't know. I'm just really enjoying Nurse a lot. So I'm really thinking about like Nurse or Artist still. I'm still thinking Nurse or Artist. That's where I'm leaning right now. So, how are all your spectacular faces? My face is doing great. How are you, Willie? Guess what killer I went against all night? Did you have anything besides Jason? Jason Derulo. Please, Persephone. I love it. Thank you for the lurk, Leah. Appreciate you. The Fat Electrician. Okay. He has another general chat called The Fat Flies, and that's where he does deep dives on like restaurant chains. That's where I found out about the cheese caves. That sounds crazy. Hold on, I'm gonna write this down in Media Center. Film, TV, etc. The Fat Electrician I can spell. ELECTRICIN on YouTube. If anybody sees that in there and it's just like, what the heck is Shana on about? You know. If you know, you know. Okay. Eli. I should have known. I should have known it was you, Eli. I should have known we're all cursed. We're all cursed! If that's one of us! As a person of culture, it's microwave! Not microwave. Scully, don't make me ban you. Don't make me ban you, Scully. Don't make me ban you. Hellblazer, what do you want to happen when we do microwave? What do you want to happen? What do you want to happen exactly? Vodka snacks, you got it. She's the best girl. Eli, you've done cursed us. You see that? Listen, this is the curse now. We've all been cursed. Everybody's cursed. Now there's a freaking microwave in here. I don't even know. What's a microwave? It's actually a toaster disguised as a microwave. That's all it really is. It's a toaster pretending to be a microwave. That's a microwave. Microwave. A toaster pretending to be a microwave. Shipping off to Boston. I love that song. Love your eye makeup, Shana. Thank you, Rob. Only 39 days till my kid gets here for their visit. Let's go. That's exciting. Can provide a sound command for this if you'd like. Oh my god. Jojo, please. Put it in my to-do. Put it in my to-do, Jojo. If you don't mind. Put it in my to-do. Because it'll take a little bit of setup to do. It'll take a little setup to do. Add it to my to-do list, please. Por favor. Nurse is so fun. I've had a lot of fun learning her. I'm not fantastic, and I'm not, like, I wouldn't call myself confident by any means with, like, my blinks or anything like that. But I'm really, like, I'm really enjoying playing her and having a lot of fun with her, so yeah. Yeah. Let me teach you nurse properly. F all pallets, rocks, and survivors. Hellblazer, I'm happy to have you teach me anytime. Anytime. But haven't played Jason much because my aim is cheeks. Listen, Rad, you're not alone. My aim is cheeks too. But tonight, we're gonna have the best aim that ever aimed without crosshairs. Who needs crosshairs? Not us. No. We don't need crosshairs. You know who needs crosshairs? Bitches. Bitches need crosshairs, and I ain't no bitch. Doing so well on Nurse. She will be top tier. I would defo go with her if I were you. Thank you, Scully. You're so sweet. Had a Myers and Huntress. That's it. Oh, that was us last night.
I'm a small bitch. Very small bitch. But a feisty one.
Moon's a small bitch.
Your whole family if you piss me off.
Please, Moon. Please, Moon. I feel like that sound alert is actually just Chucky, honestly. Now we're all wow. Cowboy, are you cheering for Blue Knees? Are we cheering for Blue Knees? Cowboy told me to. He implied. Cowboy. I don't know. Who do I trust here? I want the lady saying my... Please, why? Eli, enjoy your Banshee espresso. She is a pretty baby. We're going to the vet on Friday just to get everything checked out and make sure she's good. But yep, Friday. But she's the best baby. I love her. It's cursed. It is what it is. Oh my god. I'm bitches. I need crosshairs. No, Rad. Rad. Get rid of those crosshairs. You don't need them. You are not bitches. You are not. You do not need crosshairs. You are a legend, Rad. You are a legend. I won the Jason DLC in a raffle. Haven't played Killer a day in my life. I love that for you, though. Congrats. Congrats. Listen, now is the time to learn. Now is the time to listen. I'll tell you something. Playing Killer makes you a better survivor. 11 out of 10. 11 out of 10. Trying Killer, playing Killer, even if you don't play Killer full time, even if you just like pick up, you know, a little bit of Killer here or there, playing Killer makes you a better survivor. 10-10. I promise. I promise. You heard it here. You heard it here. You don't need crosshair. You need aim assist. Wow. 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 Not me. Not me, Hellblazer. Maybe you. Maybe you. Oh, that's how Hellblazer does it. That's how Hellblazer does it. Hellblazer hacks with aim assist. You guys heard it here. Ask the survivors to stand still for you. Oh, that's what I did last night. You were here for that. You were here for that. I need crosshairs, so I guess I'm a bee. No, you don't. No, you don't. Nobody here needs them. You guys can learn without them. I believe in all of you. None of us here are beaches. None of us here are beaches. You get rid of your crosshairs. Get rid of those crosshairs immediately. You don't need them. You don't need them. You don't need them. He lies never. He did raid into you, so that was code for... Eli, I think we need to work on your communication a little bit. Okay? Don't think that's what that was code for. I don't think so. I don't think so. Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. I was unfortunately considering trying Killer. So then. You gonna murder me, mommy? Aimbots, please. I feel bad hitting people, though. I'm what they call in French, une petite naturelle. It's probably un petit naturel. Is that, did I say that? Which could translate to, I'm a big damn baby. You know what? Same. Un petit naturel. That's me. I feel bad hitting people that listen. I used to. But then I did 2v8. And that's where I started learning Killer. And I used to, like, because I was with a friend playing, I used to be intent on letting, like, certain survivors go all the time. And it's just, like, slowly ramped up from there, you know? It's slowly ramped up from there. I think if you're nervous about it, wait for the next 2v8 and play Killer with a friend. You know? Or have a friend sit in VC with you and do Killer that way.
Just traded with 2 viewers.
But otherwise, like, playing Killer, it makes you a better survivor. It truly does. It truly does. Deadly Reaper, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you again. Guys, go follow Deadly Reaper if you have not. It is free. Free to follow. Free to do so. Hug that button if you have not. Hug it. Hug it. How was your stream, Reaper? How was your stream? How was DBD? How are your games today? How are your games? What were we doing? What were we doing?
I've got some jobs ready for you.
My dog was my support animal, and he died over a year ago. My daughter still says no to another one. Why is she saying no to another one? I need crosshairs, and I'm in fact a giant beach. No! No! Get rid of them. None of us here are beaches. I'm staying a beach and keeping... Get rid of them! You like trying to get me in trouble? Don't worry, cowboy. I still love you. You're not in trouble. I'm not sandbagging you yet intentionally. Although, I was talking to Nepo, and we want to do a night of sandbagging. So, I don't know if you'd be in. Maybe we can talk about it. I'll chase people around a lot. Not sure about killing. You'll get there. You'll get there. Just like when you clam slammed me. You'll get there. Something to take my attention. Last few streams, I see that widget on your left has a problem. I think the images are not uploading. I keep meaning to fix it, and I have not had a chance to. But you're right. You're right. It's through Fourth Wall, and it's through Stream Elements, and I think when Stream Elements thought they were shutting down, something got messed up with Fourth Wall, and I don't know. I have to go in somewhere and figure out what the issue is and resync some stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. Coco, are you barking at Vodka? Come here. Coco, come here. Oh, Vodka, hi, honey. Coco. Coco, come here. Vodka, you're not Coco. I love you. I cannot pick you up though, Vodka. Coco, you cannot bark at Vodka while she's eating her food. You leave her alone. Vodka, you're a good girl. You're a good girl. You're allowed to eat your food. Go eat your food. That's okay. Please. Killers kill, survivors die. That's the nature of the game. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, I realized I bought my mic. I don't know what point that happened. Anyway, we were sitting on my bed the other day. She sits on my bed with me almost every day. Well, in the morning, throughout the day, I'll go back and forth between like my bed and my desk. She hangs out with me when I'm on my bed. She sees the masks all the time. The other day, I think she finally realized they were there. All of a sudden I hear, and I look at her, and she's like,
I've got some jobs ready for you.
staring at the ghost face masks behind me. And it's like, there's all those ghost face masks. There's one that looks like a huntress mask, and then I've got the one that's like the Legion mask. And I'm like, Coco, you've been here for how many months now? And you're just realizing that those are there? Ma'am. It was so funny. Anyway, sorry. A little bit of a distraction. Guys. Crosshairs are for people who aim. Listen, I aim. What do you mean? What do you mean, Jade? Play Survivor for now, and when 2v8 comes back, try Killer. Maybe that's the way to make me want to do... There you go. Yeah. Yeah. Make that your goal. Just got back after being gone for 7 years, so I'll start by learning to play again normally, then I'll try... Hey, that's valid. You know what? I think that's a good goal. Jenny, enjoy your morning milk. Welcome in. How are you? I'm also doing very well, Reaper. I'm doing very well. Amazing game. We were playing Survivor, going to eat now. Oh, please go eat. Go take care of yourself. I know I'm just like yapping. Guys, once again, please go follow Reaper if you haven't. Go follow Cowboy if you haven't. Follow these amazing two people that came in with their communities. Can always join me. See, there you go. There you go. Cowboy, we'll need to set up when 2v8 comes back out too, a time for us to do some killer and stuff together. I think that'd be really fun. And Rad, if you're still here, that would be really fun for us to do too. I think I don't even live with her. Oh. And she's just No, don't let her control you then. If you want another dog, get another dog. As long as you can take care of it, do it. Stay glued to the generator. Oh my goodness. Not feeling over bubbly, but energy to radiate today. No raining on your parade. You're amazing, and I revel in your fame and appreciate your energy. It made me feel a bit better. Claw, I heckin' adore you. I hope you know that. I'm sorry you're not feeling well today. And you know, we all adore you here, and we're sending you lots of extra love. If we can also send, you know, our wonderful Claw some extra love today. If you guys don't mind. We love Claw. We love Claw. And we some vodka snacks. Some more vodka snacks. Look at you getting spoiled. Scully 11 on you, vodka. Coco reminds you of your mister. Coco's a little goober. Coco's a little goober. We love Coco, though. She's a little goober rat. A little rat dog. Our little rat dog. Scully wants to F around and find out number 6. 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. You got the moon, Scully. You lost all your sanity. All your sanity. You know, while we're waiting, I might as well go ahead and start YouTube and queue up, because I've heard the queues are really long. So why don't we do that? And we'll keep yapping together. Why don't we do that? Hold on just a moment. Let me go ahead and do that. Okay. Hello, YouTube. Welcome or welcome back. Subscribe, like, comment, turn the bell on, do all the things that I'm supposed to tell you to do. Today we're going to be playing more Dead by Daylight. You guys know I'm an official DBD creator, and we are going to be focusing today on killer. If we have really long queue times, we might do survivor between, but we want to learn to play Jason today. I think it'll help us learn to play against him, on top of the fact that, you know, we want to not just be a survivor main. We want to kind of be 50-50, right? That's my goal with DBD, is to kind of be 50-50. Alexis, hello on YouTube. How are you? Also, hi Jojo. Thank you, Alexis. Thank you. So we want to adept first, and then we're going to work on builds, and we're going to work on aiming just in general, right?
Bloodbeast 900 just resubscribed for 16
Thank
months.
you for
at
that
Dear One.
resub
16 months of super
heckin'
smart and
months.
sexy Shana.
Please, what do you mean? That's crazy, Blood. That's crazy. You're insane. I adore
I've got
you.
some jobs ready for you.
I adore you, Blood. I hope you're doing amazing. It's so good to see you. Becca, welcome in. Enjoy that voodoo veggie burger. Enjoy. What is our tome right now? Okay, this is the one that we need to read. I'm going to wait on that, though, because I want to make sure Ghosty's around. And we have to hook the obsession 15 times, and if we're going to play any survivor while we wait, repair 5 generators for at least 1 second each. Oh, God, that's going to be so easy. So, easy peasy on those. But let's get into killer. Okay. I have it set up too. You guys have my bit buddy. You'll be able to see what keys I'm hitting all the time. We also need to bring up bingo for you guys. Bingo bango. Let's see here. Da-da-dum.
Surprise,
Killer
bitch.
DVD.
I bet you thought you'd seen the last of me.
Hi, Irk. I
I've got some jobs
love
ready
you.
for you.
How are you? Oh, you know what? Hold on. Don't grab that card. I messed it up. Hold on. I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. There we go. Okay, that's the right one. Grab your bingo card. Grab your bingo card. That's the right one. Okay. Okay. Had a panic attack last time I played because I only knew one person in the group I played together with. Oh no. That's not good. Well, we do open lobbies and community games and stuff, so you're welcome to join with us anytime, Honest, when we do those. You're always welcome. He was a Yorkie, 4 pounds, 8 years old. What a baby. What a baby. What up? We are doing some killer games today, Alexis. Doing some killer games. Looking forward to it. It's gonna be a fun day. Hopefully we do well, right? I'm nervous. I'm not gonna lie. A little nervous. But hopefully we do well. She's so pretty. Thank you. That's when Plague released because all my friends quit. Kind of a social player. I don't really like solo survive. No, that's so valid. I don't really like solo surviving either. I'm the same way. We don't have a lot of them, but I want to use the deputy's badge because the deputy's badge is kind of crazy. While omnipresent evil, which is your like M2, it's your power, passing within 4 meters of a generator, it will cause it to explode, losing 5% progress and begin resetting. So it's kind of like a little bit of like a mini hex totem. I'm having a brain fart. Ruin. It's kind of like a little mini ruin in a way, right? Which is kind of cool. It's kind of cool. And if people are on the generator, they have to hit that skill check, and if they miss it, we know. Well, we know, which is also really cool. Want a bigger dog, but you're not sure what kind yet? I mean, you could always just go to like a shelter and see if there are any that you vibe with. Lurk, I'm a bit busy. I'll come back. Yeah, come back so you can give me some advice.
Dakota Cooler 2000 gifted a tier 1 subscription to the
Dakota,
community. Enjoy your stay at
gifted.
Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Thank you. You know I heckin' appreciate you. Thank you. All right. The other one that we want to go for. Oh, that was very sweet of you, Dakota. Is the sauna rock. So this one, after a jump scare, inflict all survivors with killer instinct detection range with exhausted for 13 seconds. So when we come out of our power, if they scream, they're going to be exhausted and they're going to have, you know, the killer instinct, which is going to be nice. We're going to know where they are and they're going to be exhausted for 13 seconds. So definitely need that. Let's see. Hope you're having a good day. Listen, it's been a busy day and a tiring day, but overall, not bad. Not bad. And better now that I am hanging out with all of you lovely beings, right? Oh, yes, Scully. Thank you. I just got to your comment, but thank you. Hydration station choo-choo. Everybody, please hydrate with me. Can you finish all these tomes or the lower numbers past the ones you can't? You can do, yeah, you can still do the old ones. I was a slacker and like just wasn't doing tomes back in the day. So I'm going back and doing them now because back in the day, jingle, DBD's interface really overwhelmed me a lot. And I didn't really understand it. And I didn't really have anybody to like explain it to me really well who did understand it. So I just ignored a lot of stuff. Even the store overwhelmed me. So yeah, I just kind of ignored it and played a lot of customs with my friends, and that was it, you know. Eric, enjoy your yokai latte, by the way. But yeah, you can go back and do them all. The only ones you can't are the ones that were like special to events, I think. His name was Lil Shit, Mr. Tittles. I remember that name. I remember you talking about him. Your internet's being a stinker again. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Hopefully it's not my internet. Listen, my internet is very stinky sometimes, so sometimes it might be me. Was going to go to the shelter. Mr. was a gift to me when I went through breast cancer from my cousin. Oh my goodness. Well, you never know who might fall into your lap again. You just never know. But I take a look around the shelter, see who you might vibe with. You just never know. I like it here. Everyone is so helpful. Listen. This community here and like Cowboys community and all of our communities meshed together are incredible. Like between the DBD community that I have and the phasmophobia community that I have, just in general, like the horror community, I feel like is one of the best communities on the internet. It is so full of just incredibly loving and kind and wonderful people. And I've seen these people come together and do some really amazing things for each other and other people. And I don't know. I'm so grateful. So grateful to be a part of it, you know? So, yeah. I agree. Cowboy is amazing. Both Twitch and YouTube are fine. Okay, good. Definitely my internet, it was buffering a lot for me earlier too. Oh no, I'm sorry, Honest. If you haven't reset your modem, try, just in case. I don't understand a lot of it, but still roll with it. Listen, sometimes I don't either. There's a lot of things that I'm still learning, but it's DBD. There's a lot. That's the thing. Like there's a lot to learn with this game. Even Phasmo, like from the beginning until now, like it has grown and changed so much, and there's so many things to learn. But I think that as long as you are patient with yourself and you just take it little by little, and you also, when you're playing with other people, you're with people who are patient with you, it's fine. Like, I know last night I was yelling a little bit, but I was like, Mario, run! Things like that. Like, I think Mario understands that I was doing it with love. I wasn't angry at all with Mario.
At Shana's Sunny Meadows.
I just didn't want him to die. I was really trying to look out for him. And also, I don't feel like I'm the person to teach necessarily, but I just didn't want Mario to die. So, you know, you just gotta be with people who care about you and are patient with you. So, that's all. Avi, enjoy your yokai latte. And also, Eli, thank you for the gifted. That was very sweet of you. If you don't already have the DVD badge, you should have it now. I think it's the DVD one. It might be the Jason one. It's one of them. So. You did it for the badge? There you go. Shana yells at me because she thinks it's fun. I yell at you because you like it, Eric. Do you know how much I've learned from you? Phasmo I can teach. DBD is a little bit of a different story, though. Like, I don't think I know enough about DBD
Daddy.
to teach DBD. We have a 5-minute queue. Do we wanna do Survivor while we wait? I think we can probably do a Survivor round while we wait with a 5-minute queue. What do you guys think? It's up to you guys. Hi on YouTube, Scully. Shana yells at me because I sent her videos of spiders. Jade, when I realized what that video was, I could not freaking believe you. You know better. Does Jason got a dumpy on him? I mean, he kind of does, though, doesn't he? It's not quite like Pyramid Head, but all I know is DBD is trying to survive. The endless perks and inventory stuff, forget it. I've learned the perks more as I'm trying to play. I've learned them more as I'm trying to play. I feel like the more I play, the more I learn. You know? The more I play, the more I learn. Let's do a little Survivor while we wait. We'll play a little Survivor. We got V here. She got some bloody potty streamers on her. We'll play her. Actually, does she have any cake? Oh no, she don't have any escape cake. Who has escape cakes? Sable? You got any cake?
Not again.
Oh no, I don't have any escape cakes. Shoot. You know what? This is what we're doing. It's fine. Love your black doggo. Thank you. Thank you, King. Just while we wait. The queue's kind of long. The queue's kind of long, so we're just going to do it while we wait. Why is my order always correct? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Thank you for the follow, by the way. We do keep them anonymous, so you can lurk or chat, whatever you feel comfy with. Thank you, by the way. Her name is Vodka. She's my baby. All right, we got to work on dodging. Dodging the spear. Which I am terrible at, by the way. Okay, he's already on Sable. If he's busy with her, though, we can get on this gen. Hopefully, he doesn't notice. Oh. We're just gonna urban evasion out of here. He'll never know. How could he know? German Shepherd. Yeah, she's a German Shepherd. She's just a all-black German Shepherd, which I know is not super common. I wonder if anybody's going to get her. I'll kind of head her direction. Oh, yeah, okay. Sir Burbley's in chase, so... Alright, we can heal her. Hopefully. Your keyboard lights all the way again. Let's go, Urk. Oh, let's not all stack. Because if he throws a thing at us, we can all get hit by it. Not Sable. Wow. Listen, you know I love Sable. Joke goes over Shana's. Listen, when does a joke not go over my head? Have you met me? Alright, I think we stick this. He's coming around. Oh, no. Damn it. Justice for Sable. That's right, cowboy. I see more black ones online than white ones. They're all pretty in my book. The white ones are really rare as well. I kind of want to let them 99 me, but I don't want the thing to go off. It's really hard to get randoms to 99 you. I'm gonna stealth away from that. Ooh. Oh, he's in the did you guys see the corn move? He is in the corn. Jason of the Corn. It's kind of like Children of the Corn, but you know, different. We haven't gotten a single Jin done. It's like Jenna Ortega a little bit. Thank you. I like to call her my younger sister because I am quite a bit older than her. Quite a bit older than her, but I will happily take the comparison. It's like Children of the Corn, except it's like a 7-foot tall killer. Yeah, exactly. You get it. You get me. You get me.
Welcome back.
I think I'm just on rescue duty right now. We should not heal right now. We should not heal right now. Come here. We learned in Cowboy Stream that Sable was a pro at getting impaled. Listen, if a Sable wants to get impaled, let a girl live or die. You know what I mean? When it's about to rain, I get Voorhees. Oh my gosh. Oh my, oh my. Oh my, he says. Oh my. We're just gonna move around. Oh my god, is the other Sable in the basement? Is she be in a basement beach? Basement beaches? Should I go for that save? Should I let somebody else go for that save? Nobody's on gens right now, so I kind of hope somebody else is going for that save. Because I'm a little ways away. Oh god, we're all on Jin. She's gonna die. She's gonna die. Sable, no! Sable, no! I'm sorry, Sable. I'm sorry, Sable. I'm sorry, Sable. I feel so bad. I feel so bad. Oh no. Good night. Leigh, no. I head to bed. Have an amazing stream. Good night, Cowboy. I heckin' adore you guys. Please go follow Cowboy once again if you have not. You guys will love Cowboy. Is he slugging? Oh, he's mooring. Oh my god, please let me get this heal off. Please let me get this heal off. Okay. She's looping. Okay, let me get on this gen. It's scary. Oh. I'm trying to make sure he can't snipe me
I
from
bought
any
bits
angle.
just to say this. I'm proud of you, Shana. You did a good thing getting the Sable killed.
I didn't intentionally get her killed. What do you mean? I thought maybe somebody else would go for her. She was so far away. Oh, this is not good. This is very not good for me. This is also very not good for me. I'm so dead. Okay, wait. We go to basement. We check basement for a key. Basement is definitely gonna have a key, right? Why is he near here? No. No. No, it's not here. Fuck, I thought it was gonna be here. Oh, I thought it was gonna be at Shack, and maybe that's why he was able to find it and close it. Damn. I did try. I really did try. Fire Archer streaming with a 3-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Fire Archer in the chat. Oh, I really did try. What was he running? Oh, he was running Strider to make our grunts and everything louder and pain. I'm all ears. So fast exits were louder Interesting. Iron grasp and surge. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's not what I would have chosen for his build, but interesting. Interesting. How you doing, Nikki? Oh, goodness. I was trying to be sneaky. I was trying. The map auto-killed you? Well, because he closed the hatch, you only have a limited time, essentially, to get the doors open. Right? Or to have a key and open the hatch again. That way you can't just, like, hold the game hostage forever. And unfortunately, I was not able to do either of those things before the timer ran out. So the entity, which is, the entity is what essentially, lore-wise, either has trapped the killers here or controls the killers in some way, depending on who the killer is, and has trapped all of the survivors here. The entity killed me because I was breaking the rules. I wasn't following the rules, okay? I wasn't opening the gates in time. I was being a rule breaker. I was being naughty. Shut the front door. Literally me. Literally me. That was some awesome face paint last night. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you. Did you guys see the pictures that I put on Instagram of it? I feel like I got some really good pictures of it. So I had to post them. Because I'm such a slacker when it comes to posting pictures on Instagram and stuff. But to the point where a lot of my cosplay pictures are really behind. But I wanted to post those today because I was like, I'm going to be playing killer today. So, all right. We're going to go straight into Omnipresent. And see if we can find our survivors. Now remember, we're adepting, so we can't show any mercy, unfortunately. We're looking for any sign. Birds. Grass moving. Gen's being worked on, i.e. right here. Oh, maybe not. I saw those lights. I thought maybe this one was being worked on. Okay. We need them to do something so we can... Do we just aim across the map? Hit nothing. The kick is so slow. That wasn't bad. Oh. It's okay. Oh, I was a little slow on my M1 there. That was on me. I meant to M1 her and I didn't. I think she's gonna be an easy hit though. Yep. Easy hit, easy down. Alright. I wish we had agitation or something, but unfortunately we don't. Alright, so now we go back into omnipresent. Where are we at? We're right here. We're gonna... boom. Thank you for getting that Pokemon for me. Hi, Sable. Let's go ahead and hook Sable. Not bad so far. Jason's hard to escape from with the gates on Solo Survivor. Oh, yeah. Oh, I wasn't meaning to aim. We're going to go omnipresent. We've got 2 of them hooked right now, which is really good for us. One of them is working right here. Got a pallet. I want to switch sides. She hit her skill check, unfortunately. She's gonna use that. We're gonna let her.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh, I missed. That's okay. Let her run that pallet. That's fine. Oh, okay. I have no problem switching targets. That was kind of nasty. That was kind of nasty. If I get any good shots, you guys, can you clip them for me, please? Nope. Nice try. We were a little far away.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Let's... and down. Oh wait, I can kill her. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I can kill her! The fast clip scared you? I'm sorry, Turp. Hi, Meg. I don't know what you were doing with your flashlight there, girl. I'm holding shift like I'm gonna be able to do something with it. Like I can sprint. I can't sprint. Funny how they're flying, I know. Oh. No, killers don't sprint. But I keep holding it like I'm going to. Oh, not switch. There we go. Nope, nobody's here. Let's just, can we? Okay, we can't kick that. It's regressed. Let's see, where are they? Appears they're back over here already. Oh, we're running. Oh, you weren't in range? Okay, okay, okay. It's kind of nice using the power to break the pallets. Where do we think they are? Sorry, Meg. We gotta hook ya. That's good to know. Yeah. Legion sprints. Yeah. Legion is a special case, right? God, honestly, he's so easy to play. I won't even lie to you guys. I mean, the spikes can be a little challenging to aim. Oh, like I shouldn't have thrown that. But like the mobility plus the range is so nice. Wait, is he death as well? Hold on. He is. Ah! Hi, Racer. How are you? You watched Tsunami. It was good. I'm glad. It's like all the good shows. How's Nemo? Jason is mobility. No. Yeah, he kind of is Huntress with mobility, but like, I feel like his throws are easier than Huntress. I hear somebody over here. I heard her for a second. It was like just a split second. All right, the question is, do we slug so we can definitely get the 4K, or because we're trying to adept? I don't know. I don't like slugging. No, we don't need to. Especially because Meg's right there. Nemo's doing great. Jason and Dead by Daylight. Yeah, Jason just came out. Oh. We just need to find Hatch before she does. It's right here. See, that's why you find Hatch with Jason so much faster. That mobility, being able to hear it, and then you're on a pallet, and then watch this. I'm on this door. All I gotta do is watch the doors. And I know exactly where she is. Oh, but she already got it open? Wait, how? That was so fast. How'd she get the door open so fast? She was fast. What was she running? Quick and quiet. Sprint burst. Lightweight. How'd she get the door open so fast? That's crazy. I wish the Mori was tossing the survivor into a sleeping bag and smacking them into a tree. Wait, that would be hilarious, though. Projectile speed neutralizes any drop, and the range is terrifyingly good. Yeah, it is. It is. You just have to have good aim, which is the part that I'm working on. I'm working on. All right, maybe next time we have to slug, because the way she got that door open was crazy. I've not been able to do that on Survivor. When I've been the last one standing, trying to get those doors open is impossible. It feels impossible. Alright, I'm just gonna put you guys on the drop page instead. And we're gonna do this. Instead of doing a survivor while we wait. The potato sounds scary to you. That's hilarious though. Thank God she blinded your Mori. You could have been exposed to some bad things. That's hilarious. Nikki, enjoy those abake fingies. Yeah, no, the Moris for Jason are hella iconic. They used to have the Friday the 13th game, but they got rid of it. But I do think the kill was, I do think that was one of the kills in there. If I remember correctly. I think you're right. I think you're right. You got the fool. Nothing happened. You're safe. You're safe, Scully. Games are going well, Bri. We got moited in our only Survivor game of the night. And then we got a 3K. We need to get a 4K, though. We're trying to adapt. I wish they did a full Friday the 13th map. Camp Counselor's outfit for the survivors. You know, we might get some kind of Camp Counselor's outfits. You never know. You never know. That would be cute. We do have the mall map coming. I know that's something they're working on. And we've got I mean, there's some maps that could be similar to camps, you know, I would say. So I don't know. I don't know. It was one of the kills? Okay. I thought so. I thought so. they had to stop doing things for the Friday the 13th game because of... Oh, was it because of a court case? I didn't know that. What was the court case? Chrissy, enjoy your foosball blast from the cafe. Since they're working on another Friday the 13th game, I don't think they would have given us the camp map. Oh, okay. Excited to try the Halloween game and Saw. The Saw game I'm excited for. I will not be doing Halloween game. Will not be doing the Halloween game. Jojo, thank you for catching that Pokemon for me. Nikki streaking through the chat with a 3-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. This is Nikki in our chat. A Nikki. I will be doing a night here in the future where we play Michael Myers because you guys hit that for our goal on one of our charity streams. We're gonna have to suck it up. Learn to play him. But thank you for the follow. We do keep those anonymous, so you can look chat whatever you feel comfy with. They were fighting over who had the rights to the movie franchise as a whole. Really? I didn't know that. I don't know. I wish when it came to stuff like that, like, people could just make creative things without worrying about stuff like that. You know what I mean? I don't know. My dad loves watching slasher films when he was alive. His favorite thing was to eat pizza and spaghetti while watching them with a blank face. That's really, really cute, honest. That's really, really cute. What were some of his favorites? Is it overstepping to ask why not Halloween? Or no, it's not overstepping. I've actually, so I've never seen a single Halloween film, because, and you can feel free to absolutely judge me. I'm terrified of Michael Myers on like a visceral level. And I can't explain why. Like my Michael Myers terror has no reasonable explanation. By the way, we have 2 Sables in this lobby and it makes me so sad because I love Sable. But my fear of Michael Myers has no explanation. None. Zilch. Zero. I don't know what, if something happened as a child that made me scared of him. I'll change the scene, by the way, when you guys are done with the words on stream. So hopefully you don't miss too much, but I'm just terrified of him. I'm terrified of him. You only have hook stages on 1 survivor. Just if I hook 1 survivor at all, you can call it. Yeah. It's just if I hook one survivor at all. Whenever it happens, you can call it. Yeah. That's what that means. That's what that means, Scully. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I'm terrified. I'm terrified. If you've been here when we've had Myers in a game, you've seen it. You've seen it. Even when he's goofy with us, like the fear is still there. I'm able to get past it a little more. But yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know why. I can't explain it. But yeah. Favorite Jason actor was Kane Hodder. Hi, Sable. I'm so sorry. Hi, other Sable.
Welcome back.
I don't know what they thought they were doing there. I don't know what they thought they were doing there. Yeah, okay. No. I'll just down both of you then. Okay, that's fine. This is what we're doing. I need a 4K, I'm sorry. Sorry, Sables. I mean, if we're feeding yourselves to me, I'll take it. I don't know what they're doing. I genuinely don't know what these survivors think they're doing. I need to grab that. I'm gonna, okay. You gonna drop both of them, or are you just gonna drop one? I thought I saw her beanie there for a second. It was just the edge of the thing. That was funny. I need another hook. Let me just grab this real quick. And I'm gonna come find you. Where are your girls at? Oh, you guys hanging out in here? I mean, if you're offering yourself to me, I'll take it. Sable sandwich. Oh, wait, I can kill you. I just realized. Wait. Let me put you down. Hold on. Oh my god, can I set you both on fire at the same time? Wait, no, I'll just set you on fire on top of the other Sable. It'll be good. It'll be real cute. Oh my god, a light show. I love this for us. Oh my god, and she's in the background. Super cute. Oh my god, so cute. So cute. So cute. So cute. So cute. So cute for all of you. It's a party! I know. And look, she can be a basement beach. We love a basement beach. Listen, after this, if I adept, We set all sables free. I'm just saying, the rest of tonight, all sables go free. What do we say? Whoop. What are you gonna say no to? Sables go free? Listen. Exactly. Oh, she's got boil over. We might not make it to this basement. Yeah. That's fine. I realized too late that she had boil over. Let's see. Are we here? We are. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. They're both. Oh. One of them is gonna go back, I think. Maybe not. I thought she would. Interesting. I'm very sorry, Sable. I really love you. Truly, truly I do. Truly I do, Sable. But it has to be like this. I hope you liked my hook in your guts. Anywho, let's go find your friends. La la la. Let's see. Let's do a little switch sides and then jump scare. I'm surprised they didn't try and get rid of my hex totem there. I like how Leigh truly just wants me to kill all the sables. Leigh truly is a sable hater. I'm very... Answered your question reading my bio? What was your question? What was your question? Listen, there are no weird questions. Oh, that was too high. Too high. I'm not gonna break the pallet. I was trying to get a hook. Oh, damn it. I need this. Ah, too high again. Damn it. Okay. We slug. I don't even know what gen they're working on. Is it this one?
Dead asset, dead asset, dead asset, dead asset.
I'm not very good at loop and check. Not as killer. Alright, where did I leave the other person? Hi, Doe. How are you? You need more mouse space on your desk? Yeah, I know. Wait, why? Where did I leave them? Do you guys remember? They've probably crawled somewhere. Can I see them? The kitchen area? Where is that? Hi, I'm directionally challenged. It's the arcade. There's the bathroom. Do. Oh my god. We can't let them find Hatch. I'll be so sad. I'll be so sad that I killed those sables. They bled out. I don't think I get adept for them bleeding out. I don't think I get the adept for them bleeding out. Shit. Shit. I can't find them. We gotta do it again. I'm sad. I don't know where they were. I couldn't hear them like whining it all anywhere. I hope next game is a lobby of sables. I hope not. I didn't want the sables, man. I didn't want the sables. I love sables. I love sables. Justice for sables. Stop chasing. You're making me want to toss my cookies. Wait, what do you mean? Why? Why? Why, Nikki? Why? Why do I need more mouse space on my desk, though? Wait, what do you mean? Why? I have... Listen, if I remove this, I have more space. Because I have, like, a bigger pad. But I like my little Phasmo mouse pad. So I keep my little Phasmo mouse pad. I don't know. I keep a little mouse pad on top of my mouse, a smaller mouse pad on top of my bigger mouse pad. Because I like my Phasmo mouse pad. Is that weird? Is that weird? I think it's probably weird, huh? It's probably weird, huh? Most people probably don't do that. Got practice killing sables. I'm proud of you. Wow, Eli. Thanks. Play a little slower on sensitivity. It helps throw stuff like Huntress and Jason. I like my high sensitivity. I like my high sensitivity though.
Welcome back.
Hi, honey. The one that bled out while you were chasing them made me motion sick. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Danny, enjoy your sip of scythe from the cafe. Enjoy. Hi, honey bunny. He's a good girl. Good girl. Yeah. Yeah. Love you. I love you. Oh, goodness. My booty landed on you. My goodness. Let me give Danny a shout out. What you up to, Danny? How's your day going? How's your night going? What shenanigans we causing today? Oh, thank you for the exclamation point in Digi, Scully. Playing a bit of Fortnite for my sins, please. Please, listen. I used to be addicted to Fortnite. Like, I went through a phase where, like, I played so much freaking Fortnite. I was so addicted. My favorite era was when it reminded me of, like, Twisted Metal. You're not rigging bingo tonight, Leigh. I don't think so. I don't think so. There was like a Twisted Metal phase with the cars. And I loved the Twisted Metal phase. Love the Twisted Metal phase. It was so good. So good. But unfortunately, I feel like the themes for Fortnite just aren't the same. It's not the same lately. I do love the Fortnite Festival with the music and stuff, though. I love Fortnite Festival, but I can't stream Fortnite Festival at all. Not that I ever really streamed Fortnite, but even like I used to stream Fortnite on TikTok. I can't even stream Fortnite Festival on TikTok because of the music. They don't like it. They don't like it. You know? Somehow got 0 points in the karaoke. Leigh, do you sing kind of off key? Is that how? Perchance? Please, someone get bingo. I need that so I can get bingo. Wow, Jojo. Jojo's trying to rig bingo, you guys. Jojo's trying real hard. Trying real hard to rig bingo. I see you, Jojo. I see you, Jojo. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Kitten Kills, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? Guys, if you're not already following Kitten Kills, there's a button at the top of your screen that you need to hug right now. Go share some love. Go share some love. It is free to do so. So why would you not? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in.
Kitten Kills, you just traded with 8
Hi,
views.
Sabina. Hi, Sabina. Also, True is handsome. Pass it on.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Honest, welcome in. Kitten, welcome in. How was your stream? Tell us about it. When are you streaming next? Already? Oh my god. Hold on. I think we got a better crew this time. I might have a harder time. I lost them? What? My god, I don't think this is gonna be the crew we adept with. I think we're gonna struggle. Nope. Oh. Too low. I'm going back to the gen. Hello? What? Okay. That was not the direction I wanted to be, but that's fine. I probably should have waited to throw that. Oh. Nope. We got a crew of pros. I just want to adept. Come on. They were not there. There's too many trees here. Too many trees on this map. Hello? M1. How goes Jason? He's honestly not hard to play. His perks are probably not what I would typically choose for him, though. I'm gonna be very honest about that. So I'm not having a super easy time adapting. I saw some feet there, but I want... Oh. I want to do that. And then I want to do that. No, I want to do this. She's got calm spirit. But he's been really fun. I got a 3K my first match. I did get a 4K, but the last person bled out. I couldn't find them. Because I was like, the first match, if I'd been stinky and slugged, I could have probably gotten a 4K. But I was like, I don't want to do that. And of course now I'm up against like a squad who is actually really good on a map that I'm having a harder time with. Switch sides. There we go. Oh. But Sabina is streaking with a 120 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Sabina in this chat. A naked Sabina. Let's go. Let's go. Is this the up? That's not the up. I need the up. There we go. Wow. Sounds like how cities were made. There were too many trees on this map. No, for real. You back to the same hook. Where's the up? Oh, that was terrible. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, come on! The swap from M2 to M1. It's so slow. No, she's mine. She's mine. I want her. No. I mean, I'll take you, Leon, instead. That's fine. I'd rather have a Leon, honestly. I'd rather have a Leon. That's fine. Oh, you had deliverance. I mean, good for you. Aw, man. I hope one of them is standing at the gate. Aw, nope. Ripperoni. Where? They must be at the other gate. They must be at the other gate. Hi, Whippy. I'm talking about it. What do you mean? Why? At least they like my name. At least they like my name. Hi, Whippy. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, unfortunately, that squad knew what they were doing. Unfortunately. And that map was not great with all those trees. I couldn't hit squat. I couldn't hit squat. Should we stream again on Friday? Let's go. You guys know what to do. You better be there Friday. You better be there Friday. I'm glad you had fun with Monster Hunter, though. All right, let's try again. How many tries is it gonna take me? Why am I bad? That's what I get for not slugging on the first round. That's what I get. I should have slugged that first match. I'm too nice. I'm too nice. I'm too nice. I don't like slugging, man. I don't like doing it. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Cascanaut. That map is a little rough with him with all the trees and stuff. And you guys knew what you were doing. You guys did great. You guys did great. GG's. GG's. We're trying to adapt. So you're so sweet, Red Dragon. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Skill. Wow. Wow. Listen. Listen. Be mean, get hard, be evil. Whippy, you want me to get hard? I mean, hello? On stream? In front of everybody? In front of a lot, right here? In front of everybody? Whippy, please. Whippy, please. I don't think this is the right website for that. I thought you were cool for not slugging us. I usually try not to. And like, so the first match we did, I did not slug. Because I was like, I don't want to. And then I got a 3K because I didn't. If I would have slugged, I probably would have gotten a 4K. But the next match, I did slug, but then I couldn't find my slug, and so I didn't get my adept anyway because they bled out. Oh my god, I was like, come on. So that's what I get. Because my deaf ass, I can't hear for shit. Couldn't hear him, couldn't find him. I was like, oh, that sucks. But that's what I get for not slugging on that first match, man. That's what I get. I just want to get the adept. And then I won't have to play like that. We can let all the sables go. We can just get a 3K and be good, you know? So still has us looking around like crazy for you, dude. I play Survivor too, so I'm trying to be like 50-50 with it, you know. It's hard playing against Jason. It's hard. He's definitely a good killer. He's very strong, very strong. So you have to, especially if you're playing with randoms, you have to really know what you're doing and really work together. But why is Whippy getting hard in front of everyone? What did I miss? Whippy wants me to get hard in front of everyone. I don't know, Bri. Thank you so much, Red Dragon. Thank you. My personal build of Scratch Mirror Myers. Wait, you use like the kind of Scratch Mirror Myers build on Jason? Is that what you're saying? What about the Vs? Do we let the Vs go? I'd consider it. I like V. I think V's cutie. V's a cutie, but I love Sable. Love Sable, and I'm gonna love Shane. We're here for Shane. I'm so excited about Shane. So excited about Shane. So I'm really looking forward to Shane. If you guys want to drop, you can. I'm not going to restart the next game, though, because we did just load up into the next match. We do have a Sable. Oh, no. And a Dweet. Ah, I love Dweet, too. Leigh, you want to F-run and fight out with number 5?
Others out there in need of help.
Good luck on your next match, by the way, guys. Good luck. I'm sure you guys are probably already loaded up into it. Leigh, you got a hangman. Leigh. 07s for Leigh, guys. 07s for Leigh. Leigh is getting choked out for the next 69 seconds. Enjoy your 69 seconds, Leigh. Enjoy your 69 seconds of choking. Enjoy your
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Boom. All right. So happy I got my Myers to P100. Did the 10 million blood points help you, Bri? Or was it already P100 before that? Your cat freed you? Let's go. Bee's the whole reason I re-downloaded the game. She's so cute and adorable. She really is. She really is. She's super cute. I really like her voice lines that she does while you're playing her. I really like them. Killer Doll, enjoy your mimic cheesecake, by the way. Enjoy. Anna, enjoy that ghost energy. What flavor are we having tonight? I have the original right now. One of the mods will put it in, and then you can select it. Don't worry. One of the mods just has to put it in first. I saw footsteps there. Is that our Dweet? Oh, it's a Dweet. Sorry, Dweet. It's gotta be this way, Dweet. What's with the explosions happening over there? What are we doing? Is it over here? Where were those explosions? Explosions in the sky. Do you guys know that band? I guess it doesn't matter what side we come out on here. Why didn't I see? I didn't see it. Oh. Oh, I swung too early on that. Is she? What? my god. I'm blind. Hello? Do I need to put my other filter on? Hello, she's blind? Ooh, that was a whiff. Hello, she whiffed. And then she nay-nayed. Okay, and watch me whiff, whiff. Watch me nay-nay. Okay. What? I think the hook is a little far away, maybe, but we're gonna try. Okay, we made it. Whee! Aw. No jump scare. Just a bunch of scratch marks. Oh. Hi, Dweet. No, come back. Oh, I think they were literally right there. That's so unfortunate. Oh, I got stuck on the bamboo. Yeah. That was a choice. Oh, okay. Are we? Yeah, that was also a choice. Also a choice, my dear. Okay. I mean, I can do this. If you want me to slug, I'm okay with that. This early on? Alright, they got her up. That's okay. And you're gonna go basement now. Look at you. We love a basement bitch. Boop. Enjoy. That's okay. Switch sides. Okay, nobody's there. Oh. Are we going for the save? Did somebody leave already, or are they still down there? Hmm. Back to the basement with you. Let's go. We love that. All right, where'd Michaela go? She's still here. She doesn't know. Oh, no, you're here. And Michaela. Oh my god, you're all here? This is so good for me. I will happily injure all of you. Oh, I missed. She's probably getting up the other girl, though. Over here. Oh! Okay. I can't mori her. She, I think she used a perk where she put herself down. So I didn't have the mori prompt. I think she was trying to heal. Yeah. Somebody is healing up here, though. I could hear them. I don't know where they went. Nice try. You know, we'll just go ahead and take you. We'll just go ahead and take you. That's fine. Dwight? No. You? No. I can't. Alright, I'll just pick you up. Let's go ahead. Oh, I just lagged. Put you on hook here. Where's the Dwight? Let's kill him. You guys saw the lag though, right? She's gonna have chances to get off the hook, I think, but the chances of her getting off the hook are slim, so. We finally did it! Good night, Ash. Thank you for being here. Guys, go check out Tungi's World if you have not. Getting back into streaming. Look at that adept. We got the adept. Let's go. Let's go. Thanks for the adept. Yee, let's go. Aw, one of us is going for Nia. You've been the one good Jason today. Oh my god, that's so nice. That's so nice. That's so nice, honestly. That's so nice. I love that. We love when survivors are actually really nice. Double the one good Jason. Oh my god, stop it. Stop it. You guys are so nice. You guys are so nice. I love when I play against survivors that are actually like really nice and stuff too, because I feel like I end up against some bully squad survivors sometimes that make me want to cry, and I'm like, why are they being mean to me? Don't be mean to me. I'm just a baby. Almost midnight, and now I want oatmeal. Is it too late for oatmeal? You know what? I don't think it's ever too late for oatmeal. Yeah, I don't think it's ever too late for oatmeal. It's not like you're like, you know, making a massive thing of oatmeal typically. It's like one little serving of oatmeal if you're hungry. Eat some oatmeal. You know? Feed yourself. Feed your hunger. It's fine. Take care of yourself. What do you put in your oatmeal? What type of oatmeal do you like? Just a bowl of oatmeal with brown sugar and a little maple syrup. Yeah, then you're good. You're good. Eat some oatmeal. Eat some oatmeal, friendo. Do it. Do it, do it. All right. I'm thinking, okay, hear me out. Hear me out. For this build, thinking. Dead Man Switch. Okay. I'll explain everything in a moment. Agitation. Pain res. Jagged compass.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Here's what I'm thinking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got the sun, Leigh. You got all your sanity. All your sanity. Which we know is a lie. We know it's a lie. Steel cut oats right now, I make them in a rice cooker. Comes out perfect every time. Really? I've never tried that. I might have to try that in the future. I've never tried that. Leigh, enjoy your Oni muffins. Oh, what card popped up for you, Scully? So, we still have 6 deputy badges and 14 sauna rocks. So, that's good for us. So, we've got the, like, baby ruin, basically. And the exhausted with the jump scare, etc. So, let me explain. Let me explain. Because of the wonderful things he does. Okay. Especially with us taking hooks from the hook so often, there's quite a few times where we take a hook and then we down a survivor and we can't bring a survivor to a hook super easily. And they'll have a chance to get off, right? So, we need to be able to get to hooks more easily. Not to mention, so many survivors are bringing boiled over. I think the agitation with the haste is going to help with that. And we're also, like, already very slow.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Also, I just think it'll be helpful. Let me try it. Hellblazer. Don't roast my build. Let me try it.
Looks like there are others
Let
out
me
there in
try
need of
it.
help.
Let me try it. Also, Skydiver, how are you? It's good to see you. I made a whole cabbage soup in the rice cooker. I don't talk. You're allowed to talk. But let me try it. I haven't even tried it yet. Let me try it. Because I've been thinking about this. I've been putting thought into it, you know? I've been thinking about it. Anime, enjoy your Revi Frappe. Percival, enjoy your Pulte. No, you're allowed to talk, Hellblazer. You know I love you. Dead Man Switch. When you hook a survivor, the first time a survivor stops repairing a generator, it is blocked for 35 seconds. So, that'll be useful. It'll give us info, right? Because when we go into our power, most of the time the survivors want to get off the generators. It'll help give us extra info on where the survivors are. So we just have to be aware of which generators are getting the close, right? I've got to pay attention. So, bad things happen when you think. Oh my God. So, I think this will be good. I think this will be good. And the Jagged Compass is going to give us extra scourge hooks. And it'll tell us when which generator has the most progress, which is nice. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. I didn't explain it correctly. I didn't explain that correctly, Hellblazer. But yeah, you're right. It moves it. So, we did get the Adept. We did get the Adept Master. We did. We did. It was on my card, but I didn't need it. Thank you for rigging bingo for others. Oh my gosh. Anime, how are you? Welcome in, by the way. Yeah. So we're going to try this. We'll see how it goes. The swords are fighting. On God. We'll see how it goes. Hellblazer, have you worked out a build that you like for him already? Have you worked out one that you like already? Why did it take me to his outfits? Hello? I'm not gonna lie, I still kind of want this fit too. I still kind of want this one too. But I feel like I should wait for our survivor. I feel like I should wait for our survivor. Because I'm so excited for Shane. I'm so excited for Shane, you guys. It's like, it's not even funny how excited I am for Shane. Don't wait. Yeah, but I need to not spend a whole bunch of money. I need to not spend a whole bunch of money, Eli. I'm glad they put more than one fit on release. Oh my God, me too. Have you seen all the outfits for Shane? They're so cute. If you haven't, hold on. Let me pull up my Twitter feed. Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna share some Shane stuff. We're gonna talk about Shane. Because I'm really excited for Shane. Shane is gonna be, yeah, Shane's an original survivor. Yes. Shane's an original survivor. And I'm so thrilled. I'm so thrilled about Shane. Like, the Indigenous representation. I cried. I blew up my fog vial on accident. It was a whole thing. Okay. Look at this though. So, this is really cool. I shared this today. So, this says, if you're curious about the emblem on Shane's jacket and keyring, it represents the thunderbird known as Amimiki, which I hope I pronounced correctly, in the Ojibwe language. They are revered beings in many indigenous cultures, symbolizing great power and strength and protection from evil spirits. So, for anybody who's curious. Very cool. When you're talking about being bullied by Survivor Squad, sometimes would you count it as well, I did say I'm just a baby, so yeah, you can call that. You can call that. And then we have, look at this. Shane's so handsome. And then torso cosmetic, and you can see the tattoo here. Look at that beautiful tattoo. Then we have the badge. The banner. Yeah, Shane's Indigenous. Shane's Indigenous, Eli. And we have the charm. I'm so excited to learn about the lore, Eli. I want to know about the lore. I'm really hoping Shane is also Two-Spirit, but we'll see. Because they have the Two-Spirit LGBT QIA plus charm. I think it's like a perfect time to like educate people on that and everything as well. So it would be a really good opportunity anyway. This is just some art that somebody made, but it's really good. Right? Scully's cheating. Oh my god. Hydration station, choo-choo. And then we have these outfits. So these are the release cosmetics that are coming. Scully's up in here doing her job. That's right. That's right. And they're so cute. I love the release cosmetics that are coming out. This is like something that you would see people wearing at like powwow or something. It looks so good. So good. Some more art. I'm so excited. So excited. Look at Aretha and Mr. Funko Beard. Aretha crying at the event because of Shane, of course. I was crying too, but not at the event. And then the voice actor is Dallas Goldtooth, which if you don't know who that is, please look up Dallas Goldtooth. Look up Dallas Goldtooth. Just do it. You won't regret it. You won't regret it. Yeah, his voice actor's from Reservation Dogs. Yeah. Reservation Dogs is so good. It's so good. So many games leave out our native brothers and sisters. Yes, and when they do put them in, it's in like either not important roles or like very I don't know how to explain it, but it's roles that like don't in any way modernize who we are as people. Like, I don't know. No, Ace. No, I'm not going after the other person just because you want me to. That's not how this works, Ace. What are we doing? Why couldn't I open that? Oh, they were already down there. My bad. That was a bad throw. Yeah, very stereotypical usually. Exactly. I don't see a gen blocked anywhere other than the one we were already at. Really, guys? Oh, that was a good dodge. She went inside. That was a bad idea to raise that. She's gonna... Oh, she didn't drop the pallet there. She is greeting hard. She gonna drop it now? No? You gonna drop it now? Yep. There it goes. Nice. All right. Where's our hook? Woo! That one's blocked. Are we back over here? Do we think there's no way they came back over here? Maybe not. Oh. Where did she just disappear to? Oh, okay, she's right there. I was like, hello? Got pain res right there. Do we have any progress on gens, though, I wonder? Okay, I think I hear some going, so we must. I hear a boon. Oh, I was facing the wrong way. Oops. Oh, he dropped that way quicker than I expected him to. Oops. Oh well. Alright. The hook's gonna come back eventually. I just got stuck there. I'm not afraid to M1, so I don't know why you bothered taking the hook, my dude. All right. Let's see. That one's covered up there. Are we up here? What are we doing here? Really? You're gonna drop it? What are we doing? Why are you both here? Ace, I'm not gonna chase you. You probably have decisive. I'm not dumb. Although, your friend just fully disappeared on me. Oh, that was dumb on my part. Okay. I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna come up here. We're gonna switch sides here. No? Okay. Only 2 gens left. He's wearing panties. He's wearing a Speedo. Listen, we love an ace in a Speedo. Woo, I missed. I missed again. Oh. That's okay. Is he having fun over there? Good lord, that's so annoying. Glay, hello. His friend in the Mori.
Lucius just resubscribed for 19 months at tier 1. Shana.
How are you, Glay? Guys, if you're not following Glay, please change that. You guys will love him. Glay was playing Jason the other night. Heckin' love Glay. Heckin' love Glay. Please go show Glay lots of love. Fellow Indigenous baddie. Amazing human. Oh, I whiffed. You guys will love Glay. Glay, did you see the Indigenous survivor that we're getting? I was gonna miss there. Oh, too low. That's okay. I'm so excited. They come out in like a week? Is it a week from now? I had to look at, oh, I shouldn't have done that. I had to look at my clock just now. I think it's like a week from now. Oh, I barely missed that. I gave him a haircut. He got a haircut. Oh! Damn, that was so close. That was so close. I think the other ones are probably gonna get out of the other gate. A week? Yeah. Switch sides. Saving some blood points. Yeah. I need to stock back up because I spent all of mine on Jason. Did you already use the 10 million blood points? So that wasn't bad. We only got one person, but it's because he was kind of being a weirdo, but that's okay. He was having fun. He was living his best life. Good for him. Good for him. Good for him and his little Speedo. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What was he even running? Exaltation. Any means. Residual manifest. And lithe. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I believe you're correct. I believe you're correct for Sephimet. Crosshair, Shana, crosshair. I don't need no crosshair. I ain't no beach. I ain't no beach. I don't need no crosshair. Thank you for the potato, by the way. I will never make you get on top. Thank you. Thank you for that. Who hasn't been a goofy ace in a Speedo just living their best lives in DVD? Exactly. Exactly. Just finished Nimi, Knight, Unlocked Legion, a couple others, then got Jason to P6 for that sick bloody skin. Let's go. Let's go. I had to buy this one. I really couldn't decide between this one and the this one. But I let chat vote. Everybody voted for the flannel. Everybody voted for the flannel. So that's what we got. And I'm saving for Shane. I'm saving for Shane. My spears are sent with hopes and dreams. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, he truly does. He truly does. What, Jojo? Is it the name? Is it the... Listen, I like the name I'll Never Make You Get on Top. It's a great name. It's a great name. Honestly. Truly. We're all grateful. Most of us. Anyway. Listen. My aim has not been terrible tonight, to be fair, Eli. I feel like I'm improving. I feel like I'm improving. How did we feel about the build? How do we feel about the build? We didn't have anybody with boil over in that match. I feel like if we had somebody with boil over, I would have gotten more value, but we didn't have anybody with boil over. So, I don't know. I'm wondering if we change it up.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
Remember where you're going to be, to aim where they're going to be, not where they are. Fair. Yeah. You're right. What should we try? What should we try instead? I think we should keep the deputy's badge and the sauna rock. We're gonna keep the Mori. I did that and hit so many trees. Whose team are these trees on for real? No, for real. For real. There was a match that we were in 2 matches ago where there was just, oh my god. There were so many trees on the map. So many trees. And I was like, oh my god. We were trying to adept. It was rough. It was rough. It was rough, Clay. We did the best we could. Sometimes that's all you can do. Sometimes it's all you can do. All right. I don't know. I think Hellblazer has left the building. Hellblazer didn't like our last build. Left the building. What do we bring this time? Let's see. Let's see. It seems like Hellblazer, please. Please. Probably went to play PUBG. Wow. Wow. Way to call Hellblazer out. All right. You know, I feel like hit him with a full hex spell. Ooh, I don't know about that. Because, see, here's the thing. If anybody cleanses our hexes, though, we're screwed. We're so screwed. You know? We're so screwed. We're so screwed. I'm afraid to go full hex. I'm afraid to go full hex, Scully. I don't know. What about... Let's see. Oops, I didn't mean to click that. Playing as Jason kind of tinky? No. Listen, I'm having fun. I'm having fun. Leigh, what build did you end up going with for Jason out of curiosity? Just out of curiosity. I wonder, okay. Does, you know what? I feel like spies might be a little OP with him. Spies might be a little OP with him. Think about it. When people are crouch walking around when we're in our power, that could be a little OP, yeah? Maybe Face the Darkness. I had a Jason running Face the Darkness the other day. I know it's a hex, and I said I didn't want to run a full hex. Oh, it doesn't show all the time in ooh, that's good to know. That's good to know, Cascanaut. Okay, maybe not spies then. Maybe not spies. Face the Darkness might be good, though. What about Thrilling? Seems kind of bugged. It will blip up, then disappear right away. Oh, okay. Congrats on your bingo, Avi. Pain Res, DMS, Spirit Fury, Enduring. That could be interesting. Pain Res. What if we do... I know people always combine Enduring and Spirit Fury. What if we just do enduring in general? So like pain res, face the darkness, DMS, and enduring.
Whipzard just subscribed for free with Prime. Hi Shana Leigh, how the frick are you? Rah 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 rah.
I mean, it's not full hex. We could do 2 could play instead of enduring. Whippy, thank you for the Prime, by the way. Rah 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 rah. I'm great. I'm great. I'm just trying to think. This could be good. This could be good. What do we think? Enduring or 2 can play? Go Lightborn. I never want to use Lightborn. I never want to use Lightborn. I'm anti-Lightborn. Anti-Lightborn. I don't need Lightborn. It's a troll perk. It is. That's what makes it fun. As long as it doesn't get cleansed, right? Right? I mean, we could try it. I'm gonna try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. Why not? Why not? Why not? We'll try it. We'll try it. It doesn't hurt, right? Right. She says, unconvincingly. Unconvincingly. All right, if you guys want to drop while we wait, go ahead and drop. And then it hurts. What do you mean? What do you mean and then it hurts? Also, thank you to everybody still hanging out with us on YouTube. I hope you guys are doing well. Subscribe, like, comment, turn that bell on. If you're over there vibing with us. If you'd like to play the words on stream, you can scan the QR to join in from YouTube. Lightborn is only really good against bully squads, otherwise it's exactly. And unfortunately, normally I end up against the bully squads at like 2 a.m. when I'm not streaming. I should be recording those matches. but honestly, it's probably a good thing those are not on stream because they're the ones that I get really frustrated in. When I'm like, ugh. Why do you gotta bully me? I'm just a baby. I'm just a baby. Don't treat me like this. Don't treat me like this. I'm just here having a good time. You know? I'm just here having a good time. It's just vibes. It's just vibes. Oh, Jojo, you beat me. You went number 8? You got it. Bully squad equals slug. Leigh, you got hangman again. Again. Everybody say 07's Leigh. 07's Leigh. You know what? I know it says 10 minutes for ads, but I might just go ahead and run them That way we're not in a match. So we're gonna run the ads real quick, guys, while we're waiting. So let's go ahead and do it. Timeout. Leigh. 69 seconds of choking. Enjoy your choking, Leigh. 07s. Wait, did it take that word, Jojo? Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's very funny, actually. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. Oh my goodness, that's too funny. Oops. Too funny. Beautiful. Oh. And that's why we ran the ads. Guys, we have a Sable. We gotta let her live. We gotta let the Sable live. It's gotta happen. There's also somebody whose username is spelled out to be Swedish fish. We love that for them. I'm not killing them first. I will not. I will not be killing them first. They shall live. They shall live. Despite all of the Sable haters, they shall live. Very good job on the words, guys. Very good job. I missed words. I'm sorry, Songa. I'm sorry. Also, guys, if you haven't followed that lovely human right there, Songa, please go do it. Please go do it. Go do it. Follow me. No, follow Songa. Go do it. Following me is a trap. All right. We let the Sables live. And we try to get everybody else. GG's, go team. I heard a crow. I think that might have been us setting off the crow, though. Oh. Dang it. Don't do it, Sable. Too bad he didn't stun me there. He would have found out that 2 can play. You're excited for next Thursday? Oh, he's got boil over. They're back on this gen, I think. No? Surprising? Okay. Oh, hi, Sable. I'm not gonna chase you. You're fine. I'm not gonna hurt my Sables. All Sables must live. The rule. Bill. You already dropped Shaq? Oh, I'm sorry, Sable. You can, by the way, work on gens and stuff with the, oh, I thought he was going to try and dodge that. He did not. With the, spike in you. Where did he run to? Oh. All right, beautiful. Let's go to the basement. I love the basement. 100% a fake Sable. They even caught your spear. I know. How dare she? How dare she catch my spear? Honestly, tragic. Oh, guys, we can't have this. Okay, the other person left the gen. I don't know why I didn't think I had a spear in my hand for some reason. They already left here. Oh, I didn't mean to hit you, Sable. I'm sorry. Alright, well, you're dead. Why you got in that locker there, I don't know. Did you see Sable just slowly walking by? Sable's like, here's my time for my cameo. Please, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Oh my god. Ah, that was beautiful. Sable, get out of my way. I should have gone through the window there, but that's okay. All right, let's get Bill. Sable, I'm gonna need you to get off your jet. I'm just gonna leave you down for a minute, Sable. Because I need to find the other person. Sorry, Sable. Sable, I really want to let you go, so I just need you to behave, okay? Behave and let me kill the other survivors, and you're gonna be allowed to go. Sable, you're not behaving. You're actually being very naughty. Alright, here. Get off, Sable. Go ahead and wiggle. Wiggle. Go ahead. Alright, go ahead. No. I'm gonna kill him, Sable. I hope you know that. You're the only one who's allowed to survive, Sable. Sable can heal. Oh, I didn't mean to go omnipresent right then. Oops. Oh well. It works. Because I see Bill. And Bill's gonna die. Goodbye, Bill. Sable's probably so confused right now. Because nobody is ever nice to Sables like this. Sable's probably so confused right now. She's probably so confused right now. All Sables must live. Justice for Sables. Justice for Sables. All Sables must live. Let's find your hatch. Oh, it's over here somewhere? I hear it. There you go. All Sables must live. Imagine if she fell in but got stuck because the spear are wider than the hatch. She's just pinned to the side inside the hatch somewhere. Oh, that would actually be hilarious. That would actually be hilarious. How do we feel about this build? I mean, I don't know that I got a lot of value out of Face the Darkness this time. Unless it was more annoying to the survivors than anything. The wise coochie creature has spoken. All sables must live. All sables must live. Truly. Truly. Oh, that was so good. It was so good. You know what could be really good with him, with as much as the survivors have to get off the gens, though? Hear me out. Especially once our deputy badges run out. Good night, Positive. I hope you have the sweetest of dreams this evening. Or our deputy badges could end up being a backup to it if it gets cleansed. I know I said I didn't want to do a hex build. Here I am. Here I am, Scully. Ruin. Let's get rid of pain res. What should we run instead? Ruin. Dead Man's. Face the Darkness. What should we run instead? Which one? Which one? You think barbecue? That could be good, because that could actually help us find them. That could be good. Then use the mist to get to them. Yeah. That might be kind of OP. Ruin, Dead Man's, Face the Darkness, barbecue. Let's try this. Let's try this. This might be kind of OP though. Oh my god. What's our tome that we're working on here? Hook the obsession 15 times. Okay. Unless it's a sable. DMS stops gin regression. Oh, should we replace DMS then? Maybe we could do thrilling. Or no, thrill of the hunt. Thrill of the hunt. Because then so you can hit a sable, just not down her. Well, I wasn't intentionally hitting sable. Well, that's a lie. I did intentionally hit Sable to keep her from doing too much because I needed to kill the other survivors. Thank you for the follow, by the way. We do keep them anonymous, so you can lurk or chat whatever you feel comfy with. What about this? Barbecue, Hex Face the Darkness, Thrill the Hunt, and Ruin. Sure as hell looked like the spear hit. You mean at the end? Yeah. The one that hit her before was when they were all running together. I didn't intentionally hit her. She just happened to be the one that got hit. I don't know. Bill knew how to dodge the ball. He did. He did. Bill played some dodgeball. Bill played some dodgeball for sure. For sure. Bill was like, I know how to dodge a ball. I played that game. I played that game in my sleep, actually. Yeehaw. Imagine that's how Bill talks. It's not, but just imagine. Just imagine. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Is that uwu hands? It was. It was, Scully. Yeah. Songa, if you're here, words is up. Oh, you beat me, Sylvan. I had it typed in. I was waiting for my lock to go away. Songa comes back. Eee! I don't know if it's gonna take that word because it's also a slur. Oh, it did. Okay. I know that it's also a real word, short, but because it's also considered a slur, I wasn't sure if it would take it. Oh. Guys, there is no Sable in this match. No Sable in this match. You know what that means? We gotta try to pip. We gotta try to pip. We're currently Ash 1 with 1 pip. We gotta get at least a 3K. It's a slur with a Y. Is that how it's spelled? I don't know. People spell it with an I all the time. People spell it with an I all the time. Honestly, know that word as a flood prevention wall. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be, but why is more the slur? I don't know. I just know people spell it with the I all the time. So people who say that stuff usually struggle to spell. Why is this like? I mean, you right though. You right though, Sultan. Actor with a surname that's spelled with a Y. Wait, really? Oh yeah, the Dick Van guy. Imagine having a name with both of those names, though. That's kind of unfortunate. Kind of unfortunate, huh? Oh, I can get her to the basement. Oh, I think they got one of my totems. Oh, no, they didn't. Okay, they're both up. Oh my god, am I gonna get her to the basement too? Wait. Who am I? Where did he go? Did he get in a locker? There's no way he got in a locker. And I just didn't notice. Oh, they're sneaking back over. You're so much slower going through that when you're near hooks. That was good though. They were very sneaky about that. They got one of my totems just now. It was ruin that they got, of course. Oh, I hit the corner. Damn it. I'm bad. It's okay. Oh, okay. Not a good throw. I might need to drop this. I'm spending too much time on her. I think they're trying to do main. Yep. Which way am I? Oh, I went the wrong way. that was too high. Damn it, I gotta get rid of this pallet. I didn't mean to teleport all the way over here. You quit from what? I also did not mean to teleport all the way over here. I don't know how that happened. I'm gonna be real honest with you. Me? Am I that easy to quit, Whippy? I don't know. I feel like finding the hexes ruins the build, you know? How do we help prevent that? How do we help prevent that? While still keeping the build effective, you know? With a hex build. I just don't know that a hex build is a great build on him. Get her to play. You're going to. You guys hit a charity goal, remember? I don't know if you remember. Oh, wrong side. I wish it was easier to tell which side I was going to be coming out on. I can't always tell when I'm trying to assess quickly. No, Nepo, I have to, because everybody hit a charity goal. The last time we did a big charity run where I am gonna have to play Myers for a whole stream, actually. Wrong way. But also, guys, go follow Nepo if you haven't. We love Nepo. I'm gonna let her run with that because I think they're still working over here. Yep. That's fine. What are you gonna do? Alright, they only need one more. Nope, nice try. Nope, nice try. You got it, but not in time. Oh, I don't know why I just did that. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste my time with you. When I know somebody's working on a gen, I'm not stupid. Oh, now we're gonna go to the doors. So I know you're gonna save him. Okay, I need to make sure I'm coming out of this side. Not that door. That's fine. I need to switch sides here. Not that door. Dude, I hate this map, man. Okay, come on, come on. Watch me over you in front of your friends. You got her? That was a nice shot. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Look, everybody gets to watch. Nasty. I know. It was good though. It was good though. Somebody should clip that for me. I got one kill. That's okay. It's not enough to pip, but you know, it's better than nothing, I guess. Better than nothing, I guess. Thank you, Nepo. Thank you, thank you. I could literally hear the way that you said nasty in my head, too. Could literally hear it. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. How you doing tonight, Nepo? It's so good to see you. It's so good to see you. Oh, my goodness. All right. How do we feel about that build, though? Do we want to change anything? Do we want to change anything? Barbecue, face the darkness, thrill the hunt, and ruin. I feel like maybe my awareness isn't good enough for barbecue. I don't always pay a lot of attention across the map to the auras. You think I should take out a hex and go pop? Should I take out Thrill the Hunt and go pop instead? Pop will be my backup for barbecue, or Pop will be my backup in case they get ruined. Yeah. Do we know with Bamboozle if I go through a window with my power, if Bamboozle procs or not. Do we know? It should. Should we go Bamboozle instead of Face the Darkness? What do we think of that? Been here since you started, just working on music in the shadows. Ooh, I can't wait to hear more music, Nepo. I can't wait to hear more. Let's try it. Let's try it. It can't hurt. At least just try, right? Yeah. I wonder if it'll help vault faster too. Be interesting. Could be interesting. Should we block pallets too? Block them from dropping them? What is it called? The one where you drop the, or block the pallets? The hex for that? Blood favor? Oh my god, blood favor? I just realized I Hex, blood favor, bamboozle, thrill of the hunt, and ruin. Let's try that. Or maybe face the darkness and ruin. No, we'll do thrill the hunt. Should we do thrill the hunt or face the darkness? I don't know, because I had a match against a Jason with face the darkness, and it was a pain in the butt. It was a pain in the butt because we couldn't get heckin' anything done. Like, I kept trying to get things done, and every time I did, I was screaming. I was like, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. And we'll do thrill the hunt. I don't know. That's why. That's why. We do devour hope too. Devour hope might be good. Oh, I didn't change it in time. Next time we'll try Devour Hope. We'll stick with this for now. We're slowly going full heck. Listen, Scully. Listen, Scully. Listen, Scully. I'm indecisive. I'm indecisive as heck. I don't know if you guys can tell. Alright. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Nobody saw that. Oh, dang it. Welcome, Cammy. How are you? Welcome in, Raiders. How is everybody? Guys, if you're not already following the wonderful Cammy. Oh, definitely not still there. Guys, please take a moment and go give
Cammy with 15 views.
a sneaky cheeky follow. It's free to do so. So why would you not? They did not just cleanse my totem. I heckin' adore Cammy. I heckin' adore Cammy. And I know you will too. Disrespectful. See, this is why I worry about the hex build, though. Dwight, I should have just broken that pallet, but that's fine. I don't know why I just walked around just to break it. We're not gonna talk about it. Cammy, how are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome in. Periwinkle, welcome in. Why was somebody else just like vibing over here? Just vibes. Oh, I thought that was gonna hit him. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing amazing, Cammy, and I hope you had an amazing stream. When is your next one? Tell me about it. What were you doing today? Guys, Cammy is a killer main. Nurse main, P100. Artist main, also P100. Puts me to shame. I've been having a lot of fun, though. Learning killers. And I really... Oh, that was close. I've been having fun playing Jason today. We did adept Jason. We've been trying to figure out a build that I like with him. Currently running a hex build, so Jason's very fun. I was running backpack. Okay, I've heard people talk about backpack build. What is backpack build? I just see. Listen, here's my worry about hex builds. My worry about hex builds is that exactly what happened today, right? Or just now, is that they're cleansing my totems. And I don't like it. I don't know why you think that's gonna help you. I've got other hooks to take you to, buddy. And I know you boil over, but like they're really not that far away. You would have done better to just run away. Anyway.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
That's
nightmare,
just my
nightmare, nightmare.
My worry is that like when they get cleansed, like what do I do? It just like destroys my build, you know? You pick up a survivor and just swing repeatedly and you have haste and can see other survivors through walls. Oh, with agitation, mad grit, awakened awareness, and iron grasp. Can somebody pin that? Maybe we try that next. Okay, okay. Swap sides. Boom. I hear you healing over there. You're not gonna be... No. Nice try, though. Now you get burned. Right in front of him. Ideally, but by the time Totems get cleansed, you would have gotten enough value because you can just focus on chases. That's fair. That's fair. Are they still around here, or did they skedaddle? They skedaddled. But he's right here. Yeah! Look at that shot! I did it! I feel like I'm not doing too absolutely terrible with my shots like I was the other night, you know what I mean? Oh, that one, terrible. I say that and then I miss. Ooh, good dodge. See, when I play Survivor, I need to get good like that. I need to learn to dodge my shots. Or not mine, but Jason's. You know what I mean? I feel like I could never dodge in time. Damn it. I need another hook. Where did our mans go now? Oh, see, I lost track of him. I hear him, though. Is he gonna drop it? Oh, nope, he's gonna greed. How many times are we gonna greed? Oh, we're real greedy. You gonna drop it now? Nice. Oh, I hit the... Okay. It's okay. Go ahead. Interesting. You know what? I'm not going to chase that. That's fine. Let's take that. They're not working on that one. Oh, they were over there. Oh, wrong way. Oh, not wrong way. Hello, buddy. You gonna drop that? No. You gonna drop it now? No. Oh my god, these survivors are so greedy. You can get an indoor map like Hawkins or Midwich. It's even better. Really? I don't think we've had an indoor map with him yet. I've had all outdoor maps. We had one. Oh my god. What's the name of that freaking map? I always forget. The one with all the trees. Where you have the main with the upstairs and the corner outside gen. You know the one I'm talking about. Somebody is literally right. Oh, you missed that skill check, buddy. Where's a I need a thing. I need a thing. I need a hero. Okay, that guy left. Thank you for catching that Pokemon for me. Alright, we're just gonna... Whoopsie daisies. So that's blocked. Oh, you again. Oh, I missed. Oh, I was very late to click that. Alright, we're just gonna leave again. I don't want to chase him. I don't feel like it. He's boring. Whee! Oh my goodness, are we getting another raid? What's happening? What's happening, friendos? Welcome in. Saknika, welcome in. Welcome in, raiders. How are we? Where is everybody? What are we doing stealthing around? What are these
Saknika
survivors
just traded
doing?
with 34 views.
It is advised you
Guys, please
immediately.
take a moment. Go give Saknika a sneaky cheeky follow. It's free to do so. I probably shouldn't have broken
Love
that.
_ stone _ gifted 5 tier 1
It's
subs
free
to
to
the
do so.
community. Congratulations to the new guests. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
My goodness, Love, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. You just got yourself a pride badge for the channel. Thank you so much. That was so sweet of you. I hope you had an amazing stream, Saknika. If you want to tell us about it, let us know when you're streaming next. Why? Oh, damn it. I'm missing all my shots now. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassing myself. Oh, and I whiffed. I'm getting nervous. Oh my god. How was your stream? Tell us about it, though. Lily Munster, welcome in. Mama Jeannie, welcome in. Saknika, of course, welcome in. I have no idea where he went now. Oh, he's right there. Yeah, that was not very smart, my dude. My dude. Alright. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, Jake? Why? Jake, why? I don't understand. Survivors are confusing. I'll never understand the whole, like, I'm gonna chase you with my flashlight while you're trying to hook my friend and just flick it on and off. Wait, is this one that I should go to? I don't know. Here we go. Boom. I'm facing the wrong way. I missed! Oh, nope. They didn't come over here to work on that door. Oh, this is not gonna make it. I'm not gonna be able to do it. Nope. Alright. Get out. Go ahead. I don't have a hook. You can leave. You might be in trouble, though. Would you like to find out what happens if you wait at the exit gate? Would you like to find out what happens? I can show you. We can find out together. Have you found out? Have you... Oh, I aimed too low. That's my bad. Did you manage to adapt? I did. We've been trying out different builds. And, I don't think I like the Hex build. I'm gonna be real honest. I don't think I like it. I don't think it's for me. I don't think it's for me. I don't think it's for me. Let's not do the Hex build. I tried it. It wasn't for me. Best time to adapt new kills is as soon as they come out before everyone learns how to counter. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's very true. Were you playing killer tonight? Or were you doing some survivor runs? Were you doing a little of both? Yes, because I don't think it got penned. So if you don't mind telling me the build again, I would love that. Let's try it. Agitation, okay. Awakened awareness. Iron grasp. And mad grit. Beautiful. Okay. We can do that. I'm actually gonna label this so I know what it is. Enter for preset name. Backpack build. You know, I have your nurse build, Cammy, labeled as Cammy's nurse build on my nurse. And then a cramped map. I don't know what offerings you have though. Let me see.
Sheesh.
Car, thank you for the 100 biddies. How are you? How are you tonight? It's good to see you. Can we get a little shout out for Car? Trying to get Pips participating in a race to Erie 1 as part of the Unity Guild. Ooh, nice. That's awesome. How many Pips did you get tonight? I currently... We're only Ash 1 with 2 little baby Pips. We'll get there eventually. But we're gold 4 on Survivor, so... You know. Need to update. Oh my god, yes you do. You do need to update the game. I'm loving Jason. Jason's been a lot of fun. What map offerings do we have here? Let's see. We have Auto Haven. We have Prin Asylum. That's not where we want to go. We want an indoor. You said indoor, so Forsaken Boneyard. Hawkins. Oh, I got one for Hawkins. We could do Hawkins. Typically, I hate Hawkins. We could go for a Hawkins. Thank you for the follow, by the way. We do keep them anonymous. You can lurk or chat, whatever you feel comfy with. A 6-minute queue time. Ridiculous. Hi, Zombo. You guys want to drop his hand while we're waiting? Exclamation drop push baby emote. Hope all your matches have been going in your favor. We've had some really good matches. We've had some not so good matches. You know, we're trying some different builds. We did get our Adept, J-Rod. We did get our Adept, which was good. But yeah, we're having fun, which is like the most important part. That's the most important part. I feel like that last match, guys, don't judge my throws in that last match. Especially near the end. Oh. Maybe we're losing a little focus. Listen. Our throws have been pretty decent most of the night. As long as we don't get an all Sable squad, we'll be fine because I'm letting every Sable go. If we get an all Sable squad, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. We're in big trouble, actually. I love to hear it. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The Z is fake, I believe. The Z is fake, guys. Have you been having any bugs? I haven't run into any that I know of. I know that they've removed a couple maps because of bugs, though. So, everyone excited about Swamp and those other maps being kill switch? Oh, like Cammy just talked about, yeah. But I'm thinking that increases the chances of getting Toba. Oh, God. I end up on Toba so often already. And I freaking hate Toba, Cammy. I hate Toba. I hate Toba so much. It's awful. It's such an awful map. In my opinion. In my opinion. Bring back Haddonfield, please. Take Toba. No, for real. For real. Any day. Any day. Take Toba. Take Toba. Have you been playing, J-Rod? Also, if anybody needs to raid run post-stream self-care from any of the raids, please do. Please take care of yourselves. Most important thing for sure. Most important things for sure. Saknika included. Bring back Hatch Camp. I'm wondering, okay, so you know how we're going to get dynamic weather? I'm wondering if we're going to get offerings and stuff for the weather, the way we have offerings for maps. I really hope that we do. I really hope we do. You got bugged in Killer Shack yesterday. Oh no. Me and my sister were playing and then it bugged out my game. He moried me in Shack and I got stuck in the wall. And then every game after, my head would not activate. That is insane. Like, did you have to restart, like, even after you restarted your game, did you try restarting it and it still was not working properly? Or that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh no, you can't hear me. You're in ads. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know if we're gonna get this one. I've been yapping. Oh, long is already taken. Oh no. Nope, that's already taken. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. The old achievement where all 4 survivors had to escape via the hatch. That was before they upgraded the maps to as big as they are. That would honestly be crazy. That'd honestly be crazy. I don't even know how they would make that happen these days. I don't even know how they would make that happen. That would be wild. That'd be really wild, though. Back in the day, jingle jingle, I don't know. I never used to pay attention to achievements. I never used to pay attention to the tome. The UI for the game was just, it was really overwhelming for me. it was really overwhelming for me. So I didn't pay attention to anything except for like, hey, my friends and I, we're gonna do some customs, and that's the only way I'll play because I'm scared to play anything in a public lobby because people are mean. That's how I used to play. That was the only way I used to play. I don't think I picked up the game until it was in 2020, I think. 2020? 2021 maybe. 2021 at the latest, 2020 at the earliest. So, but that's because I was in Japan when it first came out and everything. Unfortunately, we did not get our indoor map. But yeah, I was in Japan and I was... Ooh, okay, you're there. Where was our best spot here? Maybe here? Nope, not that way. This way. Computerless. Computerless in Japan, so... Oh, yep. I had a feeling he was gonna go to the right. I should have known. It'd still work if they keep trying to get saves. It's fair. Where's a hook? There's one. I can kick this. I wasn't going to, but I guess I will. Are they gonna stay at Shack? Oh, it looks like they are. I see their outline here. Hanging out in the locker, Laura. Not a good move. I see you over there. I don't know if they know. Do we just do this? What do we think? Yep. Oh. Interesting. Where do we think they went? Okay. Color me surprised. He sure got some speed. Yeah, he does. The mobility for him is insane, honestly. Insane. When he is just kind of walking around on his own, he's very slow. Oh, oh, oh. But otherwise, he's very fast.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
You've got to really, like, listen and look for, like, things moving in this mode. I'm trying to avoid going through that grass because then they'll know exactly where I'm at. Okay. That's still regressing. Are they just not? You're gonna touch a dang generator? I don't have a favorite horror slasher. I find all of them just plain gross because of excessive gore. That's fair. Not all of them have excessive gore, though. There's some that have good stories. Is there a gen that I haven't checked? How you doing, Missy? Oh, dang it. I hesitated too long. You know what? Let's just break it. Oh, I came out the wrong side! No! Hello there. Hi, V. Slit-mouthed woman. I love that lore for that story. I actually, on my YouTube channel, told that story. Retold that story. Oh, I see you in that locker. Switch sides. And, I dressed as her. For Halloween one year when I was in Japan. Yeah. Yeah. The audacity of you to stay on that generator. The audacity. Also, who was crouched over here? You. It was you. You were crouched over there. Yeah, now you're gonna be hooked. Have you seen From? No. No, what's From about? I really put on stream, fell asleep. Hey, that's fine. Laura, really? In front of me? In front of me? Really? The audacity. The audacity. Well, where's V? Hi, V. I feel like these are new players, and I kind of feel bad. I'm sorry, Leon. Oh, wait, I can kill Leon. Ooh, wait. Do we kill Leon or let Leon say V and kill V? Or let V... no, we kill him. You give me Wednesday vibes and Sarah gives me Enid vibes. And I'm so glad she was the one who pinned you to her page. Oh, I love Sarah. I love Sarah so much. She is so freaking sweet. So freaking sweet. Can we get a big shout out for Sarah, please? Can we get a big shout out for Sarah? I can totally see that. I can totally see that. I can totally see that. Thank you. Thank you for that compliment. Thank you for that compliment. Going to snag a midnight stroll on the beach. Oh my god, enjoy, Car. Enjoy. Not Daddy Listen. Here's the thing. I love Leon in Resident Evil. Leon's in DBD are a different story. Some of them are great. Some of them not so much. Sarah's a gem. She truly is. She truly is. I feel like these guys might have been new or newer. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. I don't know. Leons and DBD are evil. I've had so many Leons that I've played with who just like sit in lockers the whole game. I don't know. And I'm like, why are you like this? Why? You know? So, that's why. But I'm not a monster, I swear. Unfortunately though, guys, I did just take a little peek-see at the time. And I do have work tomorrow. So, as much as I would love to continue, hydration station, choo-choo, we are going to have to behave ourselves a little bit because we do have some things to finish tonight before we go to sleep. Crow, I heckin' adore you. It's so good to see you. Guys, go follow Crow if you haven't. Crow is an incredible Indigenous creator. Follow Crow on YouTube. Follow Crow on Twitch. Follow Crow everywhere. Please. Also, Noguera, it's good to see you on YouTube. Hello. I hope I said your name right. Follow Crow, please. Please. It's so good to see you, Crow. It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing amazing. I'm so excited about Shane. I cried. I blew up a fog vial in Maine on accident because I slammed my mouse down out of joy. It was a whole fiasco. Crow. I'm so glad I wasn't streaming. I was just in Discord with friends. But my friend was streaming. So I was like peeking my microphone. You could hear me in the background peeking my microphone, like screaming. And my friend had no clue what was going on or why I was screaming and crying. It was a whole thing. Please go show Crow lots of love. Crow is like one of my DBD inspos. Crow has always been just incredible at this game. And like I aspire to be as good at this game as Crow is. So please go show Crow lots of love. Someday. Also, I don't know if you know Crow, but I've been doing so many tourneys and stuff and getting really into it and like I think you'd be proud. I think you'd be proud of me. I think you'd be proud of me. We have 3 bingo winners. Call a bunch of randoms. Call a bunch of randoms so we can get some more bingos. Who's ready for Art the Clown? I'm very excited about Art the Clown too. I think Art the Clown's going to be really cool. There's quite a few things that I'm really excited about with DBD that is going to be coming in the future. And I think there's going to be stuff too, obviously, that they didn't announce. Because why would they tell us everything? You know? I don't think they're going to. So I'm just looking forward to the future of Dead by Daylight. I think there's a lot of really good stuff coming. And they're obviously listening and doing what they can, and I love that. I really love that. So it's good. I think it's really good. It is a really huge W for our people. It really is. The recognition is, it's incredible. And I know it's, you know, it's just a start, and it's the beginning. But it's a good beginning. It's a good beginning, right? It's a good beginning. So, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, lots of good things. Lots of good things. I really did like that build, by the way, Cammie. I really did like that build. That was good. I enjoyed it. So, we're going to have to keep playing some more Jason and trying some more builds and some different things, and also continuing to work on nurse and stuff too, because I really want to be a good nurse, and I want to really be a good artist. Those are, I think, are my two killer mains that we're going to start with. I think so. I think that's what I'm really leaning toward. So, that being said, we're going to be playing Phasmo tomorrow night, but then Friday night, we're going to be splitting the night between Phasmo and Dead by Daylight. So make sure you're here. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let me figure out who we're going to be raiding. And while I do that, I'm going to put you guys back on the drop scene. Check your bingo cards. If you have not, go ahead. Check those bad boys. You might have won some bingo. You never know. Let's see. Shut the front door. He is not playing DVD. I got so close to 69. I love that for you. Guys. I'm a little torn on who to raid. Right now. Because somebody is playing Dead by Daylight right now that is very unexpected. That I kind of want to take you to. Holy sheesh! Are you kidding? And then we do have another Night Terror that's playing so Dead by Daylight that I could take you to. There's a couple Night Terrors actually, but I'm like in shock right now. I'm in shock right now. Going back to bed. Good night, Missy. I love your face. Sweet dreams. Also, these forehead kisses are for zombies and zombie only. No sweater get in the way. And thank you, Car. Thank you. Welcome back, by the way, Nepo. All right. I think I know where we're going, because I'm in so much shock. I can't not take you guys here. If you can figure out where we're going before I type this in, just holy moly. Just holy moly. That's all I'm saying. Not Orion. Orion is not a shocker. It's somebody shocking. Not Julian. Oh my god. Listen, I love Julian, but I would... The embarrassment. I could never. Ugh. I've rated him one time. I don't know how I can... I got myself to do that. We're gonna go raid Hydra. We're gonna go raid Hydra. I love Hydra so much. I've met Hydra several times in person. Hydra is an incredible being. Just an incredible human. He's so kind and supportive and just genuine. Spitz, hello, welcome in. We are raiding out. Hydra does have drops on. Hydra also has badges and everything too. Grab whichever raid message works for you. Follow the socials. Check out the stream teams. Check out all the people who raided in. Yeah, just go show everybody lots of love. And as always, be kind to yourself. You know, do something nice for you. It's really important we take care of ourselves, right? Gotta take care of you. Okay, guys? And I'll see you guys soon. Okay? See you tomorrow night. See you Friday night. Hopefully. All right? Good night, guys. Thank you for being here. I appreciate all of you. Seriously. Good night.